Become the classic ancient crocolith. Time to start dropping BMs.
Can't take down the cosmic core auction, Malphite! What? What the fuck?
So if there's any Ionia simps out there, I'm gonna take all the Ionia champions. If any Echo enjoyers, it's mine.
The Furious Wielder is dropped. This combo is so insane.
Daddy touch is not enough, and we actually got there. Wait, we just stole that. We just stole that.
Their whole hand is champions?
Meu Deus, que miura é essa, cara?
We do this. I expect to remain comfy on my throne, able to exert my rule of law.
Let's go. Woo.
But my decks were just too good.
Easy 2-0. Thank goodness.
Hell yeah! Sejuani level up. Take that, pink ghost.
Just get there with the 2-1.
We're so good. We taunted the underground.
Hello everyone, welcome to the, not only the finals, but the semifinals, third place match, quarterfinals match, a whole bunch of content for the Champion Draft Series League. I'm Card Gamer and joined by the one and only. Want to introduce yourself?
I'm Mike Hato. We're here to watch the Champion Draft Series. If you guys don't know, this is a draft series where so your favorite content creators have drafted from a limited pool of champions and are now creating decks every single week in this format with just the champions that they got. And yeah, it should be bangers. I've already seen the list. It should be great. How are you doing, Card Gamer? Excited?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm super excited. We have so many exciting players. I'm sure everyone in the chat knows one of these players, has someone they're excited to root for, and like you said, they all brought some really, really fun lineups. You know, like you said, they draft all of these different champions, which really incentivizes this creative and unique deck building, and I think everyone took it as far as they could, and I'm, excited for some fun matchups we got tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be great. Yeah, we're gonna start out taking a peek at bracket. Do we have a bracket to look at? Looking at players, we have Sir Turmund here. Everyone knows Sir Turmund, right? Team Empire's Gladiators. His favorite champion here is Azir, and then just some of his accomplishments. Top 4, Guardians of the Ancients, rank 1 ladder several times. Was born and raised in the Dominican Republic, and one of the only person left to represent the Latin America community. So, obviously a fan favorite there, right?
Yeah, that's your guy. And then coming in on the second seed, we have Majin Bey from the Ionian Idiots. Everyone knows this guy. Seasonal champion, OG seasonal champion, way back in the day. And then, fun fact about him, favorite drink, a Moscow Mule. So if anyone runs into Majin, know how to treat him.
True. Short, sweet, and to the point there with Majin. Jason Station with the Windswept Warriors. Favorite champion? Is anyone surprised? Yasuo. Did pick Yasuo and brought Yasuo today. Yasuo Katarina. So if you're a big fan of Jason Satial, you'll definitely see that. He's hosted lots of game shows. Seasonal top with Yasuo. And then a former self-made trader of rare virtual hats. Is that a RuneScape thing? I might be too old.
Yeah, I think it's a Team Fortress 2 thing, but it could be a different game. Not entirely sure.
I think you're probably right.
Coming up next, we have Cephalopod, whose favorite champion is Lux. Definitely someone who's been down for Lux for a long time. I can't tell you how many decks this guy has made with Lux and has made meta or tried to force it. He's been around for a while with Lux. And speaking of being around for a while, this guy has won 42 tournaments. That's going all the way back to beta. This guy has been a tournament grinder in and out, trying to make that 43. And like he said, played over 2,500 games in lore events. And doesn't just play Runeterra. This guy loves biking and baking, so sounds like a good guy to hang out with.
And Cephalopod has cooked some interesting lists this champion draft series. Shotox is the next one. Canadian Shine Slimes. And as you can see here, every single accomplishment underneath the sun. Won an Aegis season, top lots of tournaments. Frontera Jeopardy Season 1 champion. I think that might be the real feather in his cap. And then, the fun facts, I only keep coming. Went to a hospital to remove a moth for his ear. Has 2 cats named Nami and Yumiko. Has a diploma. And played Yu-Gi-Oh! Hearthstone, Artifact, and Gwent. Landed on the best card game though. So, really a upper progression there.
The taste from this man is impeccable. What can I say? And then I believe this is rounding it out. We have Spids, the redeemed qualities, and she is trying to redeem herself again, being the CDS Season 1 champion, trying to run it back. Also, some few seasonals under her belt. And then additionally, favorite champion is Leona. And then I guess the fun fact, does this count as a fun fact? If after 2 seasons of CDS, Spids still doesn't have a fun fact?
That's gotta be. She submitted that, She felt like that was her fun fact. I think that's fair. But yeah, it should be fun. Spids, of course, won the last champion draft series and is looking to repeat this time around. Is going to have a hard path to get there, though. We see going up against Shotox in that round 1. Winner of that will take on Sir Termin there in the semifinals. And then our lower half here, we have Cephalopod and Jay Sensational. Winner of that also going to go on to Majin Bay. And I think we're going to end up watching this Shotox versus Spids matchup. That's one we're going to be following, right?
Yeah, I believe that is where we're going to land, and we are just going to hop right into it with the decks from Shotox. The Canadian Chime Slime, keeping it cold, coming in with this Freljord Victor Lysandra deck.
Yeah, what I love about this deck is Yasila. Yasila is one of my favorite cards. Sunken Temple is one of my favorite cards. And this is just looking to abuse those cards as much as possible in a slightly lower power level format. Something like Yasila and Victor just giving you that value every single turn. This is a very strong deck that if you can't deal with it early, will just absolutely outscale you. Plus, I love to see Kiss a Homie there in the bottom right.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. It's a very powerful deck. Like you were saying, there's just so many different cards in this deck that have the ability to snowball out of control if unchecked, and then also a lot of stabilizing tools. So in this type of draft format, you would think something like this is quite powerful.
Yeah, definitely the case. Let's go and take a peek at the next deck here. Ended up bringing Alawi and Lux. Alawi Cataclysm, I think, is a deck that a lot of people have seen before, and this one is no different. Looking to apply a lot of pressure with those tentacles, and then, of course, a little bit of Lux there as some over-the-top damage, get some lasers in there, shoot a couple blockers down. Yeah, another one that should be pretty solid. Riptide Sermon. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, it's definitely not the typical Alawi card you would expect. I mean, there's a few cards in here that you can say that for to kind of enable Lux, but I think once we hop into game, you'll see these champions complement each other a lot better than some people might initially expect.
Back-to-back is actually really funny with Alawi, huh? You put that on a tentacle, you put that on Alawi, you double up on it. That's kind of broken.
Yeah, it's really strong. I'm actually a really big fan of how this deck's built.
Yeah, that turn 5 swing. And then, of course, Annie Jin. This has been sort of a centerpiece of Shotox's lineup all tournament long, but, maybe not the Annie Jin that you're used to seeing. A little bit of control tools, maybe a little bit more akin to the Bandle Jin deck. We see Blade's Edge, we see Flock, we see Death Lotus, we see a Deny in there, and then, of course, that Riptide Rex top end. It's a fun deck. It's a very fun deck.
Yeah, definitely a really interesting take on this deck. One issue that this style of deck has always kind of had, I think, is unit quality, but the way this deck is built is we have a good amount of units, and the unit quality seems to be pretty high, being filled out with all these stuns, so I think Shotox did a really good job of crafting all of his deck, so excited to see if it pays off.
Yeah, should be awesome. Let's go and take a peek at the challenger here, Spids. With the first deck, it's going to be that Kennen Neela. I think that Spids has brought Kennen every single week with in like 5 different piles, so it's done very well with finding ways to make Kennen be used. And a new build here with Shelly Condense, not the Kennen deck I've seen before, but falling back on that Shelly Condense, how do you feel about this one?
I'm a really big fan of this deck. As someone who's on a team with Spids, I haven't contributed too much, but I've been able to listen in and hear a little bit about her ideas, and she does play the Kennen every week, like you mentioned, because Spids really values these types of champions and decks that are really flexible to just try and play strong cards in a strong way. And that's kind of the idea of this deck, right? We're playing strong Vandal tools that have a lot of spells. We're combining it with the Nyla package to keep our draw up, as well as a couple like the Fleet Admiral Shelly to, you know, kind of get some benefit of chaining off spells. So I think it's a really good idea and a trend we'll probably see in her other 2 decks as well.
Yeah, big fan of this deck. Next one up is that Draven Leona. Has also brought this several times. This is, you know, the aggro Targon Noxus deck that you've seen before. Runs some Mites, runs some Fire Spitters. Only 1 Ravoon, but otherwise pretty standard, I believe. This deck, if you're not ready for it, will absolutely blow you off the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just like good old Noxus Leona aggro. Draven might actually be the best champ to play with this. Like, Draven, that guy is good. Like,
yeah,
we're just playing good cards. I'm a big fan of that here.
We didn't mention it, but the CDS is an Eternal, so Draven here, 3/3, very strong, unnerfed. He's pretty good, as it turns out. Pale Cascade even? I mean, how do you attack into that guy?
Yeah, and like you play this rear guard on 1, and then you play like Draven on 3 with Pale Cascade. What are you doing?
Yeah. Now let's go and take a peek at that last deck here for Spids, and it is Poro King. You know, I think we've seen quite a bit of Poro King recently. Last couple months, it's been a tournament mainstay, and then of course here Spids has taken advantage of it. It's a very strong deck. You know, a slightly different build than you might normally see. Normally see Targon. Spids has gone for Freljord and Sejuani. Ingvar, I think the big pickup there, as well as a couple freezes and Sky Splitter.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of how this deck is built. Like you were saying, Aikato, it's a bit weird to see no Targon, and I think most people are of the opinion Targon is better. I believe Spids is of that opinion too, but for those who aren't aware, who haven't been following CDS all season, Spids actually doesn't have any Targon champions, so this is the version of Poro King she's been playing. This, or like maybe a Shurima version, something a little bit wacky and off-kilter.
And that's one of the really cool things about CDS, right? Is you're limited to the champions in the regions that you drafted. So being able to put together, you know, slightly off-meta builds just to try and make do with what you have. You know, we've talked about the creativity, and I think that Spiz has really, you know, week after week been very good about bringing that creativity. And, you know, even if it ends up landing on Sejuani Poro King, I think Sejuani Poro King is pretty solid. It's done very well for her this year.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. I believe we should be hopping into game any second now.
Yeah, it should be just a minute. So who are you favoring between these two?
Oh man, it's really interesting. I mean, not putting too much thought into it, I would generally like to say Spids. I think her decks are pretty good at being proactive, and her card quality is really high, which are generally good things in lower power formats, which draft environments tend to be like this one. Mm-hmm. That being said, you know, when you start to break down Shodox's lineup, he actually has quite some powerful tools to be able to shut down what Spids wants to do. So it'll be really interesting to see where the pick and ban lies, and then also if Shodox is able to draw into the cards he needs, right? Like, for example, the Avalanche in his Freljord deck, hitting that at a crucial timing against the Bandle deck is going to be really important. And
especially because he only runs like 2 of the Avalanche, right? Like he's relatively limited in his control tools, but I just love that deck, and I love that if you stick a Victor or a Yasilla, like you're gonna win eventually, right? You know, in a lot of these formats, so if you don't have like a really strong win condition, you know, having like this infinite scaling is usually pretty good, which is why the Poro King deck for Spids is just so scary, because it has a similar thing where it has inevitability, right?
Most definitely. I think Shodox did a pretty good job of crafting his lineup in this manner, in which he is trying to have a lot of inevitability in his decks, and the question just becomes then, is he able to actually, you know, hold down the fort in the early game and ride it out and get to that point? And that's something we're going to see, and Spids is going to do a really good job of trying to, you know, bully her way through.
As we get into game 1 here, Shodox on the bottom of the screen playing Annie Jin, Spids at the top playing that Draven Leona aggro, and we'll see if the Annie Jin, normally an aggro deck, if it's going to be able to withstand the actual aggro here out of Spids. Rear guard on 1 already, it's a pretty strong start.
Yeah, definitely a really strong opener on the side of Spids, being able to develop again if she chooses so. Shodox, as we know, has a very weak hand, doesn't have anything good to do into that, but Spids has to consider cards like Stagehand or Sunhawk and what she would like to do if those cards are in hand.
I think Sunhawk is the big one that's looking at her when she looks at that list as sort of a punish to developing here, but we can see Shodox's hand incredibly bad, I would say. You know, it's basically every single expensive card under the sun. I think that he's absolutely dancing that this Spiz open attack there instead of developing. But what'd you say about that rear guard on 1 and a Draven on 3 with a Pale Cascade? What's
Yeah.
I felt like you called it. It's a very, very strong opener from Spids. Honestly, I'm surprised Shodox let this deck through. I think that this is Spids' strongest deck potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because like you were saying, this is a very strong deck. I definitely agree with that. The way this pressures can be very problematic for the slower decks that Shodox has. All that being said, Poro King can do a similar thing too, and that has the inevitability. So I can understand Shodox's mindset of trying to play through this, because while this deck is very scary, cards like Flock, cards like Disintegrate, Stuns, Broadmain are pretty effective against this deck if you can get there. Seems like we're struggling on the getting there portion, but I understand the idea.
Definitely the case. Take the peek. Thankfully for Shodox, Spids has decided to develop here, so could end up using the Witness or a Pirouette if so desired. I think that one of the big things into this anti-Jin list is going to be to try to open attack as much as possible, which isn't easy in a Leona deck. You know, usually Leona wants to be the one developing, stunning out the entire board, but anti-Jin is sort of wanting to do the exact same thing. You know, it's a battle of fire versus fire, and as we see the Witness coming down, stopping up that Draven, and we have a couple okay blocks here for Shodox, despite, you know, a really bad opening hand. Not doing the worst job on the planet of stabilizing this one. Surprised we don't see the Pirouette come through and clean up that Sun Guardian.
Yeah. I understand the reason not to. It feels very scary to be throwing out the Pirouette this turn when you might need it later for like a Broadmain or the Disintegrate we draw off the top.
Yeah, very fair.
The one thing I will say though for Spids, which is really interesting, is how hard she decides to put her foot on the gas. I feel like when you see the Witness come out that turn, you have this idea that they don't have these 2-drop stun cards. So it'll be interesting to see how Spids decides to try and maneuver around that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we see the Jin come down. There might have been a line here to play Jin and Pirouette and try and clear out a little bit of this board. But it's hard, especially, again, it's turn 5. Developing into Leota is always doomed, because they're just going to stun you from one end of the board to the other. And new card in hand, by the way, the 2-drop Daybreak unit is going to give infinite value here. Not infinite, but, you know, seemingly infinite. Lots of stuns on that next attack token. So even if this attack right here doesn't spell death on its own, the next one is going to be really scary here for Spids. And there we go, the stun coming down.
Yeah, and opting to develop into the stun, I think this makes a good amount of sense. Like I mentioned, Spids had the information to get the hand read earlier. Additionally, it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to be able to get a Broadmain down, which I think is the card Spids is the most scared of. And if you do open attack, there are quite a bit of hands, not that Shodox has one here, that are willing to take the attack and then go into Broadmain to try and stabilize. So I think it's a pretty heads-up play by Spids.
Definitely. It's an interesting decision here from Shodox. Does have the Jin on board, and Jin control, if you haven't seen it before, has some interesting lines where they can set up the onboard stun on a defensive turn, and it looks like Shodox is doing that. Going for the stack of the Disintegrate, so you can go maybe Stun Spider here or the Pirouette to be able to pick up a couple of stuns, and not too much damage coming through this turn, despite, you know, it was a very scary develop here of the Leona. Yeah, I think this is a great target here. Just getting rid of the challenger attack. That way your Jin stays safe. And then also, like, does Spids want to attack with the Sun Guardian into you? That always feels really bad. And the Disintegrate's like prepped on him.
Yep. I really like the use of the Stun Spider here, like you were calling out, Aikaido. Not only is this spot really uncomfortable for Spids, if you take the damage, you're getting a very powerful trade, and the flexibility of this Pirouette for later can be extremely important, especially with having these Rexes in hand.
Absolutely. And now is the interesting part here from Shodox. Do you take the block? And if so, what are we doing with this pirouette? It's discount to the 1 this turn. Disintegrate, of course, is going to drop off at the end of the turn. So are we going to end up taking it out? Are we going to use the pirouette? It looks like we are, which means that we're, it's very good right now, but it is one less development punish tool that we have for the next turn. So potentially, again, with that 2-drop in hand, there's going to be a scary turn 8 attack coming through from Spids. Oh, another pirouette. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, the pirouette off the top is very good. That being said, Shotox is on a very limited amount of mana, and its hand is quite expensive. Either in terms of mana costs with things like Rexes and Tibble straight up, but also even as cheaper cards, they kind of ask for a lot of actions to be able to be played in the most optimal way. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he decides to pilot out this hand, because like you were saying, Aikado, this stun combo that Spids can bring together with all of these 2-drops and the Leona in hand is extremely terrifying to stare down.
Yeah, if you're looking at this board state from Shotox, you're like, hey, I'm going to have 3 units going in the next turn. I'm going to have a pirouette. I'm totally fine. But we can see from Spid's hand, there's going to be a lot of stuns coming through next turn, whether it's from the 2-drop, whether it's from the Morning Light. There's going to be so much coming through, and Shotox maybe is going to regret playing out this Tibble. Maybe going to wish that they had that pirouette plus a Rex for a development punish next turn, because there's a lot of pain coming through next turn. A lot of pain.
Yeah, this is definitely not the ideal situation for Shotox to be in. That being said, you are very much incentivized to develop next turn for Spids, so there are some draws that can do a lot to pull us out of this situation, especially things like stun units.
Yeah, any stun unit. Any stun unit would be... Sorry. Any stun unit would be pretty insane because we have the Jin stun prepped, right? I think that we're 1 out of 3 on Jin because we used the Disintegrate at the end of the last turn. So if we find, a stun unit, we could go like stun unit to pirouette and end up stunning up most of the board here. So, something that Spids has to keep in mind. Why didn't we draw a 2-drop? Does Spids only run 1 2-drop?
I guess we do only run 1.
Wait, did we?
On the side of Spids.
I bet we generated it off of Ravine.
Oh, that's probably.
I was so excited.
That probably is the case. That makes a lot more sense. Like who would play a 2-mana 2/2 in their aggro deck, right? That being said, Sunhawk is maybe the best draw you could have got on the side of Spids.
Sunhawk does not suck here. Nice thing though for Shotox, I did have this Death Lotus, so you can go pirouette here and then get a fast speed Jin stun next turn or in combat, which could save a little bit of HP. But I mean, Spids' hand is very scary. We see the Morning Light, we see the Fervor, we see the Might. There's a lot of damage coming through here, and we'll see if Shotox is able to survive, because it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, we'll see if he can figure out a way. We do have the increased damage. We do have the pirouette stun, which can do a lot. That being said, this Morning Light from Spids is probably going to do a lot of heavy lifting. Giving the entire board +1/+1 is going to put 3 units that would naturally be in line for the Death Lotus out of it, which is really not the spot you want to be in on the side of Shotox.
Yeah, I forgot the Tibble buff comes in. The Death Lotus dealing 2 to everything would be absolutely massive if it weren't for that Morning Light coming through, picking up every single stud. I feel like maybe it was supposed to go on Ravune, but it doesn't really matter at the moment. We're getting those stuns coming through, and now everything's out of range of this Death Lotus. What's Shotox gonna do? Maybe the pirouette could save? It's a lot of damage coming through. I can't do the math right now, but it looks pretty rough here.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a way out of this. I mean, you can pirouette, that stops 10 damage, but that's still, 11, 15 damage coming in, so that's going to be lethal. And, I mean, if we were able to just get the pirouette cheaper before with the Jin trigger going on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We still on a 3-drop. It's going to be... Oh, we're going to be alive on 2, but Fervor over the top or Might or Pale is going to do it.
Might or Pale, or even the Axe that's just sitting face up. We see the Jin stun coming through, and maybe with just one more turn, we could have seen a We could have seen a stabilization here, but with this, we see the Pale Cascade come out from Spids. Makes a Flock a lot less valuable here, and that's going to be the FF coming through, and Spids up 1-0 with that Draven Leona deck. We'll have to see what is left up, whether it's the Portal King or the Neela Cannon. My bet would be it's Neela. And it's so, I'm excited to see that deck. I love me some Shelly. I love me some Condense. I want to see that deck come in and, you know, show off its stuff.
Yeah, I expect a Neela up next. I'm going to agree with you. That is the deck I would be much more personally excited by. But regardless of what we see next, I'm sure it'll be an exciting game. Hopefully Shodox gets a little bit of a nicer hand this time around. Has a bit more room to play.
I see some Paloozas. I see some Shellys. Some of my favorite cards coming through. And already, though, from Shodox, we see a much more playable hand than we had in the first game.
Shodox hand is looking nice. You know, it gets to play the game. We're happy to have the Disintegrate. Draws nice, stun is good, but like, oh man, this Spids hand does not look particularly fair. Double Palooza against the control deck. You have Shelly Condense. You have a Nyla. Like, wow, this is honestly almost a hand-picked hand, I think, on the side of Spids.
Yeah, it does not get much better than that. Basically, every single tool that you could possibly want, even the Vic Rash coming through. I mean, it's beautiful here for Spids. We'll have to see. Do you think you play Palooza on 3, or do you go like Neela into Vic Rash and then Palooza 4?
It's really interesting what we decide to do. On if we even decide to play like Vic Rash beforehand. Yeah, like drawing this Portal Pioneer, we might go for the Pioneer to have our mana set up nicer and more balance out the amount of slipstreams. Depending on how Spids uses her slipstreams, it should be quite telling. It'll be very interesting. That being said, while we were, you know, giving Spids all this credit for drawing some incredible hands, Shodox does have a hand that can flip this Annie, and a flip Annie isn't something you want to see on the side of Spids. I think the Tibbers card is very problematic for these Shelly style of decks.
Especially if Shodox is able to find a Broadmain. Broadmain plus Tibbers does end up vengeancing the target as well as any damaged units across the board, so can be pretty scary to deal with. We do see the Vic Rash coming down. I think one of the big things with Neela is just tracking your slipstreams and making sure you don't stack too many of them on top of each other. But with Palooza coming through, maybe putting some portals on top of those slipstreams, getting a little bit of extra value out of those. I'm actually so sad. I just remembered that Shelly doesn't have a tune anymore.
Yeah.
Day ruined.
Yeah, it's a sad day to hear that. But I imagine we are just going to end up playing a lot slower because of that on the side of Spids. We're going to try and, you know, wait until we can get a 4-wide border, so maybe have a slipstream or 2 in hand before we start trying to go with this Shelly. And it'll actually, like I said, we were saying, keeping track of the slipstreams, it'll actually be really interesting to see how aggressively Spids tries to go with this Nyla. If she really values like the amount of slipstreams and how they're stacked, or is just values pressure or values Nyla too. And it looks like we're just valuing pressure, trying to get these slipstreams going to pop off with Shelly and just get any portals we can. So playing a very high tempo game plan and not trying to contest with the long game this Rex can provide.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to just get in as much pressure as possible before Broadmain comes down. The other thing, of course, is we talked about it last game and in this game, developing into the Jhin stuns can be really scary. We see Shodox opt not to take the block here. Probably a good idea, saving our Annie health. Like you had said, we have a hand to flip Annie. We have a pretty aggressive turn next turn if we want to go for it. We have the Jhin on board as well. Lots of stuns potentially coming through. The Husk from the portal is actually going to end up eating a Jhin stun, given the opportunity, which is a kind of a funny hit.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. I'm really curious to see how Shodox plays this turn. I was about to say I'd really love to see him develop out aggressively because of how Spitz has been playing, as well as the pressure of flipping your Annie, and it looks like Shodox decides to go for the same line, which I'm really happy he found.
I think you're 100% right. Like, Spitz has shown that she does not want to develop into all of these stuns, and it's great to look down at your hand of 4 different develop punishers. But, you know, if your opponent just never develops, then it's going to be hard to actually get the use out of those. So we see already the stun hawk coming through. Annie at 4 or 5 out of 6. I haven't quite been tracking, but going to be flipping here soon. Spitz maybe was considering double pokey stick being thrown at the Annie to try and slow down that level, but yeah.
So the Annie is at 5, which I'm assuming is why Spitz was thinking so long and ultimately decided to not go after the Annie, just like you were saying, being worried about it getting blown out.
Yeah, almost certainly the case. And Spitz in a little bit of a rough position now. There's a big attack coming through. Jin, you know, the aspects of Jin that don't often come up in normal Annie Jin decks are coming up here. We see the stun, but also the fact that Jin is able to completely destroy a massive board here could be relevant if we see a stun spider coming through. The Jin attack trigger doing 2 to everything. It's not something that people see a lot, but is really good in these control Jin style of decks to really, you know, get control back of a board. And once you have control of a board and your opponent has to develop into you, you know, they're playing into these stun spiders again.
Yep, I would really love to see another stun. Well, depending on how you want to set it up, right? And I imagine this is what Shodox is thinking about, because if you play the stun spider now, you get to cycle through another stun of your Jin, because you're going to put 1 on the stack, Jin and Annie will trigger, and that'll be 3 for your next cycle, or you can end up deciding to swing now. So I'm really curious to see what Shodox actually decides to do in response of how he wants to hold his Jin triggers.
Yeah, I'd like to see the commit, you know, just drop a stun spider here, especially with the Yordle Pioneer or the Yordle Scholar coming down. It is able to destroy that landmark potentially. If Shodox doesn't play stun spider here, could have trouble popping that landmark. I assume, no, we just got the Jin proc, so actually
the only way to guarantee
develop,
our landmark doesn't get destroyed is to swing, and then we're going to disintegrate. Because we're on 0 of 2 Jin, right? So it's a little bit awkward.
You're so right. Yeah, I was so caught up thinking about the Jin, you know, the Arachnoid Sentry giving us such an insane attack that I lost track of the triggers. It's a hard position here for Shodox. Both these players thinking through this as, as we're in these quarterfinals to get into the semifinals, these wildcard games to get into the semifinals. There is no prizing outside of the top 4, so this is a very important set here for Shodox and Spitz to try and be able to make it into that top 4 and challenge Sir Termund. See, it looks like the... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say a lot on the line, and it looks like Shodox decides to go with the open attack. I'm guessing we're going to be willing to use Disintegrate on the stack. The other cool thing about using Disintegrate on the stack here is it should put the stun on in the right order as well to kill out whatever unit they decide to, you know, block with, or if the 1-2 stays on the back line. But we will see if Shodox decides to go for the proactive Disintegrate or not.
An awful lot of units going to be taken out here. Ooh, interesting thing here is because the Yordle ended up getting thrown in front of Annie, if we do end up throwing out the Disintegrate here, the Jin stun does hit the 1-2, which means that Annie ability hits face, which is maybe a slight miss on the blocks here, but yeah, we see the Disintegrate coming through, and that's 4 damage to face. That's the popped Tibulk. That's so many procs on the stack. It's a board-wide wipe. It's most of a board. It's 3 of a board. It's half of a board. That's got to count for something.
Yeah, it's definitely applying a lot of pressure right now. It's keeping this Tibulk alive. It's most likely bricking your opponent's Explorer spell. And then when you have this hand as Shodox, right, really all you need to do is make it through next turn. Ideally, you get to play Tibulk, but I don't even think you need to necessarily do that. I think if you make it through next turn, most of the time, you're in the clear.
Yeah, this Riptide Rex is going to be absolutely huge. Remember with Jin, it absolutely fills the entire stack and is able to take down almost every single unit that Spitz is going to be able to play. That said, Spitz, the way that she ended up playing this turn with the Yordle was able to set up a play where Shodox wasn't able to Arachnoid Sentry, which means that like this Neela made it through the turn that otherwise, you know, maybe would have been taken down, so still has tools available, has a lot of refill here. We'll see how she wants to use it because, you know, even if this was a really big turn for Shodox, Spid still has a lot available to her. The Shelly, the Condense, the Slipstream. There's another Slipstream on top of the deck. There's a lot coming through.
Yeah, so we'll see how Spids decides to end this turn and set up for the next turn. I imagine it looks something like Pokestick into Shelly next turn, into going off, where we ideally have Slipstreams and a bunch of cheap spells, but there are quite a bit of lines on the side of Spids, and I'm curious to see which one she ends up settling with.
Yeah, it hasn't been an easy turn for either player here. A lot of thought, a lot of decisions to be coming through. We see the Pokestick going to be able to pick off that Stun Hawk and should be drawing us that Slipstream. Yep, there we go. And we have the hands set up. Remember though, developing into this Tibbers especially, or that Broadmane, can be really scary. The Shelly comes down. What you gonna do, Shodox? Are you keeping up the double stun? Are you just dropping Tibbers here? Tibbers is pretty good, but it is a wide board and some cheap spells in hand for Spids, so gonna be a lot of buffs in response.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Broadmane is technically a play as well that you could go for. So quite a bit of options on the side of Spids, just trying to figure out which one is the best. I think I was just about to mention going for this double stun play, because I believe when you go for this double stun play, you set up your Jin flip, which should always put your opponent down to 6, and then Rex should be 2 procs, and then a lot of the time Rex does enough damage to get there. So I think this line is really smart and heads up by Shodox, but we will see how it plays out.
It's a lot of damage for sure. We'll see. Spids does still have, you know, the elusives here. Could condense a Shelly, play down a Shelly, potentially push a lot of damage. Let's see. We have the Formless Blade coming through as well as the Pokestick. So this Jin actually gonna end up being taken down right on the cusp of leveling.
Yep. And Spids, you know, sniffs out exactly what Shodox is doing and comes through with the answer. So now on the side of Shodox, we're trying to figure out what is going to be your next play. How are you going to try and take over the game from here? And it's not the easiest thing to figure out, considering all of your cards are, you kind of want to play a combination of 2 cards to close out the game, and all of these cards are over 6 mana, which means it's really hard to set this up until turn 9 to really close out the game how you want. And we're getting to a position where Spids is very quickly able to put on attacks that are threatening lethal or almost lethal. So definitely a really scary position, and I feel like Spids may have, you know, putting herself in the driver's seat.
Yeah, 6 damage coming through this turn, putting Shodox down to 7 HP, losing a little bit of the board, but the important thing is not an easy way to proc that Rex next turn. So can't really get rid of the board, and it's really hard. It felt like Shodox was driving this, but now a full board here from Spids. We see the Shelly buff come through that turn as well. It's a lot. It's hard to say how Shodox is going to be able to make it through this next turn. We see another Stun Spider just setting up the board here, but how do you proc Rex? What do you do? Are we just gonna play for the or just playing for Tibbers? Ooh. Disintegrate?
Yeah, it's
maybe
interesting.
Maybe it's like Disintegrate, Shelly, and then Tibbers? It's not ideal.
Yeah, I wonder if we're thinking that. I wonder if we prefer, you know, maybe going like Disintegrate Broadmane on a Shelly and then trying to say we can like top deck a Death Lotus because their board's pretty damaged. Also, like we have Tibbers next turn. Are we just going Tibble this turn to try and, you know, apply pressure and maybe we can like draw some way to cheese out of it? I don't know. It's a very interesting spot, like you were saying, Akato.
Yeah. Lots of decisions, and none of them particularly feel good. I have to see what Shodox decides to go with. That Death Lotus, though, I think that's a big thing. Potentially a top deck here. You know, whether it's with the Tibulk or with Broadmane, could be a massive boon to Shodox here. Has had trouble finding the ping so far in this set, but we see the Disintegrate coming through, prepping either the Tibbers or the Broadmane. We'll have to see which direction he ends up going with it. I have to imagine, I don't even know, maybe it is Broadmane. It's so hard to say.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I mean, so you can go with the like Tibbers here, right? And you can try and apply pressure to their board to remove some stuff. But the thing is, right, if you're Shodox, you should know that they have 3 Slipstreams in hand, plus Coral Creature spell, right? Which means they're always buffing their board +2.
Yeah.
So you want to go for that.
Plus, keeping the Tibbers like as a development punish next turn might be good enough. But we see the Slipstream coming through and make it rain potentially. Oh my god, the perfect hits! Clears out 2 units and hits face spins. Come on, that's not fair.
I guess this is what it takes to 1 CDS before. Spiz just showing us how she gets it done.
Yeah, we see the Tibbers coming down, hoping that there aren't going to be enough board buffs here out of Spids, but we see the spells in hand. Going to be able to save quite a bit of the board here. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough. I assume we're going to see the Condense coming through to get another Shelly, but that Make It Rain just removes so many blockers. Is going to set up such a strong attack here from Spids, and you know that Shodox isn't happy with this position right now, isn't happy to see the 2 spells come through. And even with Shelly dead, it feels like a hollow victory knowing that there's another Shelly in hand and more spells and still this massive board. Really hoping for, I don't even know if the Death Lotus top deck gets you there at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it even can. Like, did they play the Shelly? How are you answering, you know, their ability to buff their board? I imagine Nyla is probably flipping next turn. They have 1 burn in hand. There's just an insane amount of pressure coming out right now on the side of Spids, and on Shodox, if our opponent decides to open it to us, we need to draw a draw spell into an answer, which is a very tricky spot to be into to actually survive this open.
Not happy. It feels like so much of this turned on the turn where Spids was able to take down the Jhin with that Formless Blade with the ping as well. Oh my god, is that Joy Unending? Is that the heal spell?
Yeah, that is the heal spell.
The heal spell that also buffs your entire board? You didn't need that, Spids. Come on, don't do him dirty like that. We see the Neela flip coming through. Spids setting up the attack here, and that is likely going to be Spids taking down the first round here. Joy Unending. Does this have an animation? I've literally never seen this card before. Oh my god.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand why Spids would be happy after that one, but for Shodox, I think his joy may have ended.
Not wrong. If Spids is able to take that one down and move on to the next round here, going to be able to take on Sir Termund in the semifinals, and you know, just not quite the hand lineup that you want to see out of Shodox. I really liked his decks. I really liked you know, the idea here, but you know, that Annie Jhin unfortunately just not able to do quite enough against the really resilient decks, I think, here from Spids.
Yeah, and I mean, this Annie Jhin deck is really trying to take advantage of these stuns and punish these decks that want to develop 1 unit every turn, but I mean, Spids just plays these decks that are like, what if I develop a lot of units on this turn, and then I just attack you with all of them on my attack turn? How does that sound? And I don't think Shodox is a big fan of that strategy.
Yeah, Spitz did such a good job of pressuring his mana in such a way to make it really difficult every single turn to make those decisions, as well as just never giving him that, you know, free, easy, multiple stun turn. Always applying pressure, and really well played there from Spitz that she's able to take that one down. We'll have to see if we are able to get into the other game, or if we'll be... it looks like the other game actually already over.
made must face their crimes. Like a storm, I bring change.
When we look ahead, we know how to prepare. It can be undone. New tech, new tricks, new day, new Zon. No time like the present. Move it along, man. Love it when things converge like that. Gotta focus.
Survival through savagery.
All coming back to me now.
Our stories, our struggles have built this empire.
For the old gods.
See what I've learned?
This is our path. Such is my oath.
We must tell our stories, lest they be forgotten.
Never had luck, never needed it.
Easy to say with that Z drive of yours.
A true Freljordian welcome.
Heading topside.
My life for Avarosa.
That one's for you, son.
Cephalopod was able to take the 2-0 over Jay Sensational. So our matches then are going to be Spids and Sir Termund in the top side of the semifinals, and then Cephalopod and Majin Bay going to be on the other side.
And with that, we are going to be kicking it over to a short break. When we come back, we will be on the other side of the bracket, catching up with Majin Bay and Cephalopod. That being said, if anybody wanted to see Spids run, any of our Latam fans really wanted to see Sir Termund, you can check back on this channel later. We will have those recorded, or you can go to their respective YouTube channels, and I'm sure they will have content coming out soon. That being said, we're going to head to break, and we'll catch you guys in a bit.
There's no attack either. Am I happy holding hands in the stalemate? I guess.
I like low key or what? Like I have the fucking Tellstone in hand, no? Let's run it. Let's run it. It's the content pick.
What? Why would he do that? What a bizarre game. I don't understand what's going on. Now I just need to step up board where I have like open lethal with Ash Harshwinds, right? I could care less. Wait, I'm actually...
Got there though, holy fuck, okay. That was sketchy as fuck! We got there.
Almost lethal. Such a place to be, huh?
Vamos com isso aqui. A gente vai curar 9, né? Ele não vai poder tomar esse dano.
Now he's gaining 1 million. It's going to be a bit problematic. We do have the Rangers resolve.
Pô, blocou bem, hein?
Or take the extra damage and fall. Ooh, what's this? We're just going to get Hecarim'd next turn? There he is.
4-7. Não ganha, não.
We have to switch from Cataclysming Hecarim, which we can block Hecarim and get the kill, right? We have to take these off of the board. The Shadow Apprentices have to go.
Mas, ó, esses ataques aqui...
I'd assume he's going to have another unit to follow up with. It needs to be like a... Oh, shit. God damn it.
É isso. Acabou, rapaziada. Meu Deus, 1 de vida contra 1 de vida, cara.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Car Gamer, that's Aikedo, and we are about to hop right into our semi-final matches.
Yeah, we just got done watching Spids take down Shadowbox in that 2-0 in advance onto the semifinals, going to be taking on Sir Tournament. But on the other side of the bracket, sadly we didn't quite see Cephalopod ended up taking down the 2-0 against Chase Sensational. So the match that we're going to be following here is going to be Cephalopod against Majin Bay, probably two of the bigger names left in the tournament, and should be a banger match. Majin's decks are going to be the ones we start out with, and I see elusives.
I do see elusives. And it's a pretty normal looking list at the end of the day, you know?
It's like, so funny. I've been flaming Majin all season because he refused to play this deck. He drafted the elusive champions. I'm like, Majin, please just play these. Don't play Jayceheimer anymore. It got nerfed, buddy. Just play this. Finally, he ends up bringing it. He's been doing really well with it, and I'm glad to see that he's committed to it. He doesn't like the deck, but it's a good deck, and it's one he'll do well with, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if you bring a good deck and you don't want to play it, it gets spammed, surely, every time.
Surely. Battle Bonds, Blessing of Targon. There's a lot of really strong Eternal tools for elusives. Let's go take a peek at the next deck here. Thresh Nasus, a mainstay of Eternal, I would say. You have Unnerved Blade Caretaker, you have 4-3 Cursed Keeper, a lot of strong tools here.
Yeah, Atrocity as well, really important tool for going over the top. Definitely something I think we've all exploited a little bit when we've ran into Nasus and Standard, which isn't a luxury you get here in the CDS.
Yeah, definitely the case. I believe that he's brought this every single week, and the other deck that he's brought every single week. Let's take a peek at that third one, and it's going to be Rise. In the Champion Draft Series, you do have to run 6 champions, no matter what. So not going to be able to run the Entreat version of Rise. Instead, is going to be playing the Mastery. Mastery maybe going to help you cheat out a couple of spells early, but I mean, it's Rise. We've seen Rise before. Lots of stuns, lots of control tools. You know, my favorite deck. How about you?
I mean, I personally, as an aggro player, Rise, he's alright. I like Jin though, so like it's not the best aggro deck to play into Rise, but like I'll play Jinx, I'll play Pirates, bully a Rise player. So like Rise, he's alright, I guess.
I do think that people who have been targeting Majin throughout the season have been targeting Rise. That seems like the one that he's brought every single week. You know he's going to bring it. You might as well try and take advantage of it, though. Considering the fact that he made it out with, I believe, a 7-2 record. It's not the easiest thing on the planet to target. Let's go take a peek at the challenger, though. Cephalopod, I think, was one of the most creative deck builders throughout the season with Spids. Really did a great job every single week of hard targeting his opponent. So we get to see what sort of I'm saying that unironically, but it's building up to the joke that he brought some really standard decks here.
Yeah, so really this is like honestly this is like Shenjie 4, but what if we built it with new champions? Yeah,
I do like to see the Captain Erica there. I love this card ever since it came down to 6 mana. It's very strong. Lots of tempo here. The Morgana, the set, pretty solid turn 5 options. So let's go and take a peek at that second deck. Rumble Vein. There's not a whole lot of special stuff in here. We see some magical feathering. We see an explorer, and we see it's Rumble Vein.
Yeah. Outside of the feathering, it's pretty much the same Rumble Vein that we saw a couple seasons ago from Eternal. It's your standard deck, like you were saying. You have
Yeah,
your
and my
overwhelm, you
favorite
have your
thing-
Action, and you just kill them.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Cephalopod was in the regular season when he played against Majin Bay. He was like, "I'm gonna hard target Rise." And what was his plan to hard target Rise? It was to play Echo and Zillion with 6 explorers and just consistently destroy every single landmark that Majin decided to play. And as we take a peek at his third deck, we see Echo, we see Zillion. Unfortunately, it's the normal build. No 6 explorers to be copied with Zillion level 2. Instead, we just see a pretty normal build. Big thing about this, if you haven't played Eternal in a while, Absolver gives you a little bit of protection for champions, so not always going to just fold to the first bit of removal, throw in an Echo, and then Fallen Feline, pretty good.
Yeah. On top of the extra resiliency that these cards had, like you mentioned, Aikado, these cards are incredibly powerful for ending the game, which is another thing that Echo lacks in Standard. So this deck, even though there's no Jinx, is definitely a whole leg above where it is in Standard.
Yeah, 100%. Lots of really strong tools there. And, 2 players I think that brought, maybe a little bit more normal decks, I would say. Ones that you might see in a relatively normal Eternal list. Still pretty cool. Pretty interesting, and should be interesting matchups here. We'll see if Cephalopod has enough aggression to be able to actually take down Rise. Vayne Rumble, a very strong deck that applies a ton of pressure. Going tall on 1 unit is not great into Ionia, so Rise probably can take advantage of that.
Yeah, that Spell Shield is going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting, but it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out, because Cephalopod does have this just very strong on the board lineup, where on the other side, Majin, he has like these Ionia tools, which are pretty good against it. He has Thresh Nasus, which has a lot of good tools to trade down with that and end up outscaling it. And then, he also has this elusive deck, which can be pretty good at ignoring it. So it'll be really interesting to see where Ceph points his band and how everything lines up.
Yeah, it's not an easy ban, I think, from either direction. If you're Majin, maybe you have to ban Vayne Rumble. But not really, because that's like how Rise gets through. I don't even know what direction you go with the ban. Maybe it is like Echo. Maybe you're like, hey, I just don't want to get high rolled. Cephalopod maybe doesn't want to deal with Thresh Nasus. That does seem like the one that's going to be able to match you on board the most. And playing Demacia into Thresh Nasus is always hard because they just play their champions. They're really big. You don't have a lot of options against them.
Yeah. I mean, like, not even their champions. I mean, like, what are you doing when they curve Curse Keeper and a Blighted Caretaker and you're playing Demacia? Like, you're cooked.
To be fair, Cephalopod does have a really strong turn 5 plays with Morgana and Set, and then also really strong turn 6 plays with the Windsinger, with the Captain Erica, is going to be able to remove, maybe some of those higher value targets. Maybe Thresh comes down on turn 5, it gets bounced. Maybe Nasus comes down, it gets captured. Like, there are sort of options here for Cephalopod, and I think that, especially the way they built that Demacia deck is really interesting. There's going to be some cool lines in there. We'll just have to see how it ends up playing out. Definitely a matchup that, even if it's similar to previous archetypes, I don't think I've ever seen Set Morgana against Thresh Nasus before.
No, definitely not. And like you mentioned, some of those cards like the Eureka, like the Windsinger, are going to carry a lot of weight in these matchups, allowing this deck to really flex into ways that it usually isn't able to play into.
Yeah, and we're getting into a game, and already we could see one of the matchups that we highlighted here. Majin Bay on the bottom side of the screen, going to be piloting that Rise Master Yi. Top side of the screen, I see a Rumble and a Vayne already. No Rumble in hand yet, but I do see a Vayne. Magical Fettering should be pretty okay in this matchup. When your deck is like 10 total champion or 10 total units, Magical Fettering could be pretty good if kept for the right moment. As we get into game 1 here of the semifinals to see who's going to be able to advance to the finals and who's going to be stuck playing for that 3rd place match.
Yeah, so getting right into it. On the side of Cephalopod, you are happy to see an Explorer to disrupt. You are very happy to see Vayne. But we definitely do need the one card that we're very happy to go all in on, preferably not a Vayne. Also, we need some places of evasiveness. Aside of Majin, we are missing those runes, but outside of that, this looks like a pretty solid hand.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is Magical Fettering is really strong in the Galio type of decks that we're seeing currently in the meta that, you know, obviously are taking over at the moment, especially because Magical Fettering is basically a +2/+2 permanent on any formidable unit. But if you don't have formidable, the health isn't as valuable. It's not really helping you to accelerate the game in any meaningful way. So the Magical Fetterings, while could be good if used at the right moment, aren't really the easiest thing on the planet to turn into good value here for Cephalopod.
That's definitely the case, especially in a matchup like this one where the value of the HP you get is very limited. It's going to be very difficult to try and find incredibly high value spots for them. If we want to talk about spots like this, I think this is a good example of one of those spots, right? Like, we are able to get value out of the HP, which is nice, but at the expense of doing that, we give Majin a decent use for his mana, and we're able to give Majin a decent way to summon a Dragonling to apply some counter pressure next turn.
Yeah, the Dragonling is going to come down, give Majin Bay a little bit of healing here. Not a good blocker on the side of Cephalopod for that, so it's just going to end up hitting Nexus probably. But the Prank, I think, could be pretty relevant here. Second Magical Fettering does get hit, and Magical Fettering is pretty good when you're trading even in mana with your opponent. When you are spending 4 mana to take 2 of your opponent's mana, less good. So not going to be quite as good of a tempo tool as you might normally see. And I think, importantly, Vayne Rumble lives and dies off the back of drawing Rumble. And we see the Vayne in hand. Vayne's pretty good, especially in these types of matchups. But I don't know if Vayne's good enough to win the game on her own. She needs help from the big Mecha Yordle friend.
I mean, Vayne on her own probably won't do it. That being said, what about Vayne and a singular fearsome unit? Thoughts?
Potentially, you know, the Rise does end up coming down on turn 4, so going to be shuffling in a lot of those. Oh, the perfect draw here. Wait, that's actually such a good draw. We ended up hitting the Rumble. We can discard some of these fragments, and that is a Spell Shield Rumble coming through with no real answers on the side of Majin. Has a homecoming, so eventually he's going to be able to deal with this Rumble. But the Spell Shield is hard, especially after you get 1 strike from the Rumble. It sort of preps the level up. And a big thing is if you pop the Spell Shield of level 1 Rumble, when he levels up, he gets Spell Shield back again. So, you know, could be some tricky things going on. Oh, the skip into Delve! He's too good! Majin Bay.
That's
this freaking guy.
Player. You know that guy plays Rise. Yeah,
100%.
Definitely in a good spot. Like you were saying, once you get the first hit off from the Rumble, it does become pretty difficult for your opponent to really stop this Rumble from flipping in an effective manner. What I will say, one thing that I did find interesting on Ceph's side is that he actually valued the 4 mana Fettering over some of the Riven Blades. So it'll be interesting to see how we intend to use the Fettering and what value we get out of it. I'm guessing Ceph sees something that I don't see as, you know, the Vayne Rumble player. But
yeah, especially interesting here because Majin doesn't have great ways to deal with the Spell Shield here from Rumble. But with recalls, potentially could deny the Rumble flip for a while. No Whirling Deaths from the side of Cephalopod in the hand. No Mites, no ways to really punish recalling a blocker from underneath Rumble. So we'll have to see if Majin's able to take advantage of that. But already we see the Spell Mana rune is, I would say, by and large, the best rune to hit early. So not going to see too many complaints out of Majin for that one.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Ceph, we may just be sending in this Rumble this turn to try to, you know, get that flip going, start getting these Mecha Yordles going, because at the moment we don't have the most effective ways to close out the game. And since that is the case, I think we need to start trying to tax these cards.
Ooh, I would have agreed with you, especially because this is the one point where Majin has tapped out to only 4 mana, so doesn't have great answers to like really deal with the Rumble if you do tumble it in. But using the Magical Fettering ends up eating 2 mana. So I mean that counts for something, right?
Yeah, I think this is just like Ceph saying he really values the ability to have this 2/3 alive as a pressure tool. to control the board how he wants to.
Or maybe this was the plan, to make sure that Majin has to tap out of Homecoming. So maybe like we'll just want to tax the mana to be able to pop that landmark. Maybe, you know, have to re-roll it again, and you know, maybe Majin will be slightly less lucky this time and not hit the refill spell mana.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case as well. That would make sense, especially considering, like you mentioned, Cephalopod did play that 6 Explorer version of Echo Zillion to try and beat Rise in a similar fashion.
Yeah, loves his Explorers in this matchup. We do see the Rune Prison is going to be one of the options available here for Majin. I don't remember the colors to know if he picked it up. I think he did.
I believe purple is Rune Prison, and it would make a lot of sense. The Rune Prism card is very effective against decks like Rumble or Echo, or any deck that isn't even necessarily going tall per se, but is very dependent on one unit attacking it.
Now.
I think taxing the mana the way that Cephalopod has, the way they pop the landmark, is actually so impactful here for Majin. Majin is wanting to stack up multiple answers, right? You have the Rumble attack, you have the Tumble in hand, you have a lot of stuff coming at you. You don't really want Rumble to flip. You kind of need to kill this Fearsome unit. There's a lot of stuff coming at you, and it's not easy to deal with it when now we only have 7 mana. If Cephalopod hadn't gone for the fettering, there would have been a lot more available to be able to take advantage of it. But this is a scary attack where we're going to have to block with Rise. We're going to have to potentially be hit by this form up. And I think that Cephalopod's done a really good job of applying a lot of pressure this turn.
Yeah. I think it was a really heads-up play by Ceph, really, you know, being someone, unlike myself, who has played the Rumble Vayne versus Rise matchup, and like you said, understands how to give up pressure in the mid-game to create these forks in the later game, where Rise, like you said, needs to combo these cards together to really take control of the game properly.
I love this from Majin, by the way. The fact that he lined up the Eye of the Dragon and the block on Vayne, saying, hey, I'm fine to lose my engine if you want to lose your engine. And now we see Cephalopod deciding, no, I kind of want to keep Vayne. And Majin has the response 7 mana into 3, has to be worried about Whirling Death. It's such a scary card here to blow out a Homecoming, to deny... to end up hitting the Rumble Flip, but the fact that Cephalopod doesn't have it is going to deny this this Rumble Flip for so long. We see the Homecomings come through. It is going to end up popping that Vayne up in the air, and the Eye of the Dragon ends up getting saved. It's kind of worst case scenario here for Cephalopod.
Yeah, well, it is worst case scenario, but it is worst case scenario from a very good position.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah. We do still have a Rumble getting tumbled directly at the Nexus here. That's either 6 damage or a dead Eye of the Dragon. Or dead Rise. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be that 6 damage. A flipped Rumble coming through. Funnily enough, it's almost better. It's almost better that Rumble flips, because now you don't have to worry about the Spell Shield, right? You can pop the Spell Shield anytime you want. It's not getting refreshed. It's almost better. I'm not going to say it's good, but it's close to good.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, right? Like, the fact that you can remove the Spell Shield this turn, depending on what your prank hits, potentially, and then just be like, okay, I can recall this guy if I need to, is a very nice luxury. Especially if Cephalopod ended up drawing into a source of overwhelm.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the Ionia tools starting to come through. They're really good against these go tall style of decks, and we'll probably see that on showcase here in a moment as the 3 mana recall is drawn in combination with a Rune Prism. Could be pretty good way to deal with this Rumble if we decide to tumble it in again.
And one actually really small thing that happened here is Majin got punished incredibly hard for not open attacking with his eye, because now if he tries to send his Dragonling in, he is going to give up Overwhelm.
Yeah, definitely the case. That said, the fact that we did go for the Otterpuss here means that we can prank the tumble if need be, if we feel like that is something we want to do. It is a little bit worrisome. Majin did end up tapping out for that, ends up missing the tumble. gets to see every single card in the hand, but that means that he doesn't have an answer for the tumble coming through. So Impact is going to end up hitting the Nexus if Cephalopod decides to rip it. I need 3 mana. There aren't a whole lot of answers that are going to be able to stop you. So I guess just like Nopify, right? But yeah, it's kind of a massively punishing miss there. Not being able to hit the prank.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate situation on the side, missing the prank. I imagine we see the tumble come in to push 2 damage, but it is not the easiest call. Cephalopod electing to go for it. I think I agree with this, just saying next turn we're almost always going to have enough mana to do everything. And the Mecha Yordle can do a lot to apply pressure. Putting Majin at 1 is a lot of pressure, right? Because we have the Mecha Yordle next turn, which means they have to recall that unit, plus they have to recall under Rumble, plus they have to block everything down, and there's a tumble. It's a whole lot of answers Majin is forced to deal with.
Especially once you start factoring in that Majin may have to play around Whirling Death, may have to play around Might. There's a lot of factors coming in, and when you're at 1 HP, there isn't a whole lot of room for error. Cephalopod has done a really good job of just pressuring the mana every single turn. Only 1 rune down here for Majin. 12 mana though, and a lot of Ionia tools means that he's likely not going to fall this turn. But it's just a cascading effect. It's getting worse and worse every single turn, and there aren't a whole lot of options left for him. We see the Palm coming through on that Impact. It was good to call it out that the Impact does represent lethal when Majin's at 1 HP.
Yeah, so going for the Palm here, I imagine Cephalopod probably goes for the attack here, valuing having the Impact. Maybe he decides to develop more, but it is, in my mind, a bit questionable to develop the 2-drop right now, because like you were saying, Pikato, there are many cards that Majin has to at least put some mind to and decide if he wants to play around or not, potentially put himself in a worse position against some cards to play around it, and that is the only concealed card Cephalopod has right now, that Explorer on the far right side of his hand, so holding that does make everything significantly harder for Majin.
Yeah, the moment you show that, Majin knows exactly what to do, and Majin has played enough Ionia games to be able to see the lines to survive if he has all the information. The big thing is going to be he might make a mistake if you leave something face down, but we see the Armed Acquisitioner coming through, going to be able to pop that landmark, which is still pretty good in this matchup. It's just a little bit less pressure being applied. I mean, it's more pressure this turn, but less mental pressure, right? Like everything's face up now for Majin.
Yeah, Majin is almost allowed to solitaire this turn, right? He understands every option Cephalopod has, and he just has to figure out how am I going to answer it as best as possible.
What is this ordering? Wait, are we going to give Majin lifesteal? There's no way, right?
We might be pulling the lifesteal.
I think you pull the Palm thing here. You pull Claws of the Dragon.
I think that makes sense too if you're playing around Homecoming, but we might not be playing around Homecoming because one already came out.
I think it plays around Homecoming and it forces the Rise block onto the Fearsome, right? But
I want that though, because I'm guessing Seth is saying he'd rather tumble than use the format.
Yeah, that might be the case. The big thing though is that we get to see just a nice little Homecoming here coming out from the Claws of the Dragon. Underneath the Rumble is going to end up popping that Spell Shield as well, which means that the Rune Prison is going to be enough to survive the tumble as well. I'm seeing this. Cephalopod just 4-ups, right? I mean, but no, it's 4-up into a Rune Prison. Ionia!
Yeah, exactly, right? The nerve of these guys. Ruining my fun.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's been such a back and forth game, and Majin, at 1 HP is going to be able to go up to 3 at the end of this, and maybe we'll have been able to get over the hump here. This is the classic Ionia thing, right? Of being at 1 HP, but also kind of being in the driver's seat, kind of being in control, kind of looking at your hand and saying, okay, I'm at 1, but how do you actually deal that last bit of 1 damage? I think it's going to be really hard for you.
Yeah, and that seems to exactly be the case. I imagine, like you were saying, we see this Rune Prism come out. Yep, comes down. Wall him out. You get to send, our Dragon Link in next to heal up a bit. Life's good. We get to probably first action a Rune Prism if we want to get the stun back in hand, and it's just going to be very, very difficult for Cephalopod to push through at this point because he doesn't really have much value left. He just has his tumbles and what's on board.
Yeah, another explorer drawn here. It is worth mentioning. Lots of explorers means lots of these landmarks getting popped, but another delve. This Rise has been on board for like 6 turns in a row. Tons of delves in the deck. Even if Majin hasn't drawn them quite yet, there are a ton there to be drawn. So even if you are popping these landmarks, it's not going to hold back this Rise for too long.
Yeah, I mean, we start with 6 in the deck, right? 2 additional ones came into play on turn 4, and then turn 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We put 2 more delves in the deck? I mean, I'm not doing the math, but this deck has to be at least like 1/3 delves.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be hitting practically nothing but the delves here for quite a while. That said, Cephalopod does have the Overwhelm fragment in hand, right? Has some tumbles. Has maybe ways to get there. It's just so hard against this Rune Prison, right? Getting a stun every single turn. Are you even allowed to tumble here? I get that it flips main. That's cool. I love that it flips main for us. But I don't know. Now they just get to get their Rune Prison back for free, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard. It's so hard against this Rise deck, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure how you're supposed to go about, like, constructing your way out of the game at this point. Like, it's very difficult to push through the recurring stun when you're so reliant on one unit. Like, you can open attack with the Rumble and then try and have them stun it next turn and then go and tumble, but that's still pushing through one attack, which is not... Sometimes it can get there, but against the hand we see from Majin, we're going to need a few turns of that.
Yeah, we talked about it in the preview where this Rise deck, even if it's a little bit soft into aggro, does very well into the go tall, into the all in on one unit, which is what this Rumble is all about. And, I said it half jokingly, but having the flipped Rumble is actually really good for Majin, just because that spell shield only blocks 1 spell. And now we have so many things to interact with it. We don't have to worry about it coming back. It's just, it's free real estate. We see the landmark pop coming through here. But at this point, it's hard to say that Majin could really care. He delves, he lives his life, he draws some cards, maybe deals some damage. Probably doesn't want to take the damage because there's a potential of like a Riven Blade that maybe kills you. But,
Yeah, I mean, no reason to mess around and get cute with anything, but Majin's in a very safe spot. He knows there's one unknown card in hand, and he just needs to play around another threat or another way to send a unit into combat, and it looks like he is doing that.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like, what would that face down card even have to be? Might is maybe a card that we care about, but like not really. Whirling can maybe push impact damage, but like not really. It's so hard.
A Cataclysm's not awful.
Cataclysm's about as good as it gets, but I mean, we look at the hand from Majin. I don't think he's concerned about a Cataclysm at all.
No, especially not with this coming in.
Oh, another Rune Prison. Oh, Majin, why you gotta do it to him? That's not fair. And that's gonna be the Rise flip coming through now as well, meaning that there's a spell shield of his own. Not a lot of easy ways to be able to deal with him from the side of Cephalopod.
I think Ceph had lethal if Majin missed Rune Prison.
Did he? With like the tumble plus Cataclysm?
Oh no, he was 1 off. Wait, he had 8 mana? No, he had lethal. Yeah. Oh no. It was almost. My fault, I miscalculated. But
no,
yeah.
No worries.
It got surprisingly close and dicey without the Rune Prism because you would have probably been forced to recall the Rumble. And then he gets the Spell Shield again, so you go back into this song and dance.
Yeah, I do think if you don't hit Rune Prism, then you can hit like the heal. So with the heal, maybe it's like slightly less close. But you're right in that, like with the Overwhelm Fragment, there definitely was a lot of threat coming through here.
Definitely the case, but we see the Overwhelm Fragment come out, we see the Cataclysm come out, and we see the Rumble going in hand. And from here, it's just a question of, can Majin draw another Delve?
Yeah, has quite a bit of draw in the hand here. So definitely not unlikely to hit it.
Yeah, so we do have the one draw coming in from this Delve to hit it.
Ooh,
and then we
might.
also... Oh.
There's a world where Majin gets a little cute, spends his mana a little flippantly, and maybe dies. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm not going to say it's likely, but there's maybe a world where he goes for the lethal this turn and dies.
Crazier things have happened. That being said, there are 3 stuns in hand for 8 mana.
Yeah, yeah.
But
like, okay, so if Cephalopod passes, then like maybe you're like, oh, he can't kill us. Let's just formula, and then like maybe, you know, there's like a maybe.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand the world you were looking in.
Yeah, we might see a deny come out. Double stun. I feel like there is a world where Majin. No, I mean, it's just so hard, dude.
We can't even waste mana. We can't even waste that much mana.
Yeah. Okay, we see Cephalopod going for it here, all ending with the might and saying, hey, please don't have a spell popper, a spell shield popper. Please don't have anything. We're gonna see that Steel Tempest Yasuo spell. You know, even if Cephalopod was able to take out Yasuo last round in J Sensational, we see the Yasuo spell coming back with a vengeance. We know every single card in the hand of Cephalopod, or at least we know that the last card is a fragment that's not overwhelmed, so that is nice. And we see... Go ahead.
I'm actually not entirely sure if that's not overwhelmed, because he got every fragment, and then this is like the second set. I can't tell the difference between overwhelm and quick attack from here.
I honestly, I don't think that's quick attack in hand. I thought it was overwhelm, but I'm like, no, he discarded an overwhelm at the beginning of the game, and he played an overwhelm. So like, this would be like third?
This is an overwhelm. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So he
Okay,
generated 3 blades to make each of the 3. He discarded the quick attack and the +2 from the first set. From the second set, he hit overwhelm first rip.
Oh, okay. Gamer.
He's doing his best to claw this game out. You know, that's some insane fighting spirit from Cephalopod. I mean, you gotta have something like that to play over 2,500 tournament games. Oh, and we have 2 attacks again this turn. Maybe. I mean, I say that as we look at 3 stuns, but...
Yeah, you know, the stuns, the notifies, the denies, you know, well, you know... One thing is that with 5 runes, it can be kind of annoying because you aren't getting your unit from the palm. You can't like develop and you can develop. You could, and you're probably fine doing that if you want to.
Yeah.
You could also just pass and, you know, stun half their board and then deny plus nopify, and there's like kind of nothing bad that could happen.
Yeah. So if we go double stun. Plus deny, and then we nopify. Okay, I guess we have to get hit by...
Yeah, we can let Vayne hit us. That's fine.
Yeah. We go like stun here, stun there, and then we go like deny, and Vayne hits us. Yep.
Yeah, Majin has seen this position plenty of times. He is a Rise aficionado, a Ionia control aficionado, and with every single card in hand face up, Majin knows what's going on here. We have the double deny. What if... Okay, was there a world where we hit Von Yip? Is there like a Von Yip hit that wins the game?
You like Von Yip into... Yeah.
Okay,
well,
it's Von Yip.
Yip, you need a demo, but like, you need like demo plus.
What if it's like elusive one drop plus like Buru leader?
The issue is you only had you only had 2 mana.
Yeah, it was pretty hard, and we'll see Majin able to fight through all of that, all of the rumbles, all of the attacks, all the free attacks, everything coming at him, able to survive at that 1 HP, the classic Ionia 1 HP, and take that one down, go up 1-0 in this set, and we don't have to watch Rise again for a while.
Majin's a real one for that, and we're getting into the next game here. Should be, that game, for a Rise game was pretty exciting, but we should get into a more exciting game of the Elusives versus the Rumble game. So instead of this game, you know, ending on turn like 13, 14, we're probably going to end on like 5 or 6, you know?
Yeah.
Fast game of, you know, punching back and forth and seeing who comes up with the knockout punch first.
And we do see, okay, how do you feel about kicking Blessings of Targon?
It's interesting. Like, it's a very powerful card in this deck, I think. But I can understand wanting to look more aggressively for birds, or because bird's just a very generically good card, especially against aggro, or wanting to have a Sparkle Fly before we keep it.
And hitting that Sparkle Fly is absolutely huge. You know, we're very happy to see it. Very happy. I think the other thing is, you know, Battle Bonds. Like, there's so many strong cards. Like, even if Blessings of Targon is crazy strong, hitting like any of your other buffs is also really good. That's one of the things that makes Eternal Elusive so strong, is there's just so much redundancy in these buffs. The chimes coming through, both of them dodging the Sparkle Flies and landing on the 2-drop. It's a really strong turn this turn, but in a couple turns you might be kind of sad that your buffed up unit doesn't have lifesteal.
Well, you're saying that, but I think with the trajectory of how this game's going, it's going to be completely fine, and we're just going to completely beat ass. And I really, really like how Majin played this game. Extremely heads up, saving both of the birds for turn 2, so we're not bird buffing each other. And then, because we hit this 2-drop, just willing to go, okay, equipment onto the Elusive and beat in. And it's especially punishing against this Vayne that Cephalopod decided to play down this turn, because he felt like he needed to get this tumble going to counter pressure.
Yeah, and that's 8 damage coming through already on turn 3. And perhaps more importantly, the 8 damage is good. The 8 damage is really good. But I think the really important thing is that Majin has a 5/6 on board. And it's not just that the thing is elusive, it's that attacking into it becomes almost impossible because it's able to block so well. We see the quick attack coming through on the challenger unit, which is cool. I'm happy for you. You push that 2 damage and that's great and all. But what if I developed a Sparkle Fly? And maybe we play Battle Bonds next turn, and you're taking, you know, 10 damage again. God, this elusive deck is it's able to do some pretty silly things.
Yeah, it can be a real goofy card, a real goofy deck sometimes. That's definitely the case. And then yeah, just putting our opponent down to 10. Really like recognizing that it doesn't really matter if we put our opponent down to 1 or 2, so just going for the Sparkle Fly instead to be a full, make it as hard as possible to die, and then yeah, just should be in a really safe position to wrap this game up on the 7 token for Majin.
Yeah, pretty big attack there. And now Cephalopod didn't hit Rumple, so is gonna have to try and figure out some kind of way to survive from this point. The issue is that 2 HP, even if you deal with this 7/8, and even if you deal with this 3/4, you deal with every single card on board, every single elusive that Majin draws for the rest of the game is representing lethal, and you have to somehow deal with all of them. And like we see the tumble coming out here from for Cephalopod, and Majin's just happy. Majin's like, oh, you tumbled. That means you have nothing else to do with your mana. You're not playing Rumble. You're not doing anything I actually care about. Okay, sure, you can't kill me. I'm faster than you.
Yeah, and yeah, I was gonna say a lot of times Majin just like takes this here. Next turn he'll like maybe put up the Sparkle Fly if things even get a little bit close to dicey. But like you were saying, Arcado, it's just about how do I not die? How do I have as many threats on board as possible next turn so you can't answer everything? And it looks like Majin, you know, been around the block for a while. You know, this guy, he said himself, he won a seasonal. He understands this, and he's putting it into practice now.
He's pretty okay at the video game. One thing I will say, the double condemn in hand could be relevant. You know, if Cephalopod's able to get the 2 attack triggers off this turn, then the 1 mana strikes could be pretty impactful. We see the form up coming through. We don't have the quick attack in hand anymore, so not going to be able to keep that unit alive. I mean, it's not easy, but there's got to be something here.
Yeah.
Is the line like attack with just the fearsome, and then tumble in the overwhelm, and then condemn? I don't think that's winning you the game either. It's just it's misery.
Have 1 condemn up right now. Is the other issue.
Oh yeah, if we tumble.
Yeah, well, I guess you can Cataclysm to do the condemns, right?
The issue is if they Cataclysm, they could just say okay, and you don't get the chance to condemn.
Yeah. So really.
Oh, it's misery.
Yes.
Oh, Majid, the Rumble deck is really powerful. It's really strong when it hits the hand, but when you don't hit the hand, or if, you know, you're able to weather the storm, Majid just making it look weak, making it look like it can't do anything. That's a 9/10 elusive on board with the Yumi backing up, some lifesteal in the pocket as well. I mean, it's hard to try and find the line, but I'm not sure if there is a line.
Yeah, it's going to be just so difficult to get around all of these stats, right? Like you mentioned, this deck is like a pseudo Gotal deck, and when you hit double bird on the same unit followed by a +1/+1 from like a lodestone, and then, you know, the turn after that, pretty much you're hitting it up with like +2/+2 from Battle Bond. How's a Demacia deck supposed to go over this?
Yeah, and Majid didn't even have a card in hand to have the chance to misplay. You know, didn't even have the chance to end up giving Cephalopod the double condemn with the 6 attack unit. You know, we're just gonna see. I assume we see the double condemn come out anyway, with the hope that we draw another condemn. We're not even hitting the big guy, bro. It's so fucked.
Yeah, certainly a position to have found ourselves in on the side of Cephalopod. But, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes when you bring a deck like this Rumble deck. Like you said, it's extremely, extremely powerful, but you kind of live and die by the draws of you are this combo deck that needs to get going fast, and when you get going as fast as you need to, you are near unstoppable. But when you don't get going, you look pretty stoppable.
Oh, 100%, 100%. We see it there as Majin twice there, able to weather the storm, make it through. You know, in the first game, he survived the danger. In the second game, he was the danger. And Majin takes it down 2-0, making it into that finals, which means Cephalopod's going to still have a game to play. You know, if you're a Cephalopod fan, still has that 3rd place match. And then, yeah, we'll go and see if the other game is still going on. That one between Sir Termund and Spids. Yeah.
always up for a round or two. Soak it in.
And this one has a mouth full of big jagged teeth and smashed fists. Mom, I need more crayons. Your Majesty? Look what I blew!
Mechana's will be done through me.
A game. Go on then. Watch the ball, folks.
The king is coming! The king is here!
Looks like I'm on a hot streak. Hesitation's a tell. Blue as the serpentine. Anything the matter? Charmed, I'm sure. Shuffle.
I'm so good, I surprised myself. I thought you'd never ask.
Let us party most hearty.
Eyes open.
I know you're thinking and stuff, but could you maybe speed things up a little?
Got me a big gun!
Oh, take your time, pal. It's not like I've got better things to do.
Gotta trust your instincts. I'm a people person. A game. Go on then. Watch the ball, folks.
This can be fun. Watch.
Hesitation's a tell.
Hang on a sec.
Always on the run.
I am lightning. I break the wind.
Mejanas will be done through me.
This is Tempest!
What wondrous discoveries await below? Onwards and unready!
Ashlesh's power is mine to command.
Sink them all!
I surrender!
Let's wait! Sink them all!
I surrender!
You need humbling. Jana, I answer.
let's take a peek at life beneath the waves. What wondrous discoveries await below?
Pablo, Jack's trainer. Who are you?
Now our celebration can truly begin.
This one's for the boss.
Oshlesh's power is mine to command. What is joy to you, brother? True joy.
Being here, dancing in all the beauty of life. Let's go! Grab my hat! Comb my mustache! Let's see how you handle this. Mustache ready! So close. What wondrous discoveries await below?
You dropped something.
I dropped everything!
I surrender!
Hello, my darling. Strength through suffering. Behold my glory! Where can I find a full body of red? Let it flow!
Easy does it. Persistence is key. Easy does it. Persistence is key. Easy does it. Oh dear!
fighting manual.
What's up?
Think you're fast enough?
One suffers, another thrives.
That being said, we do have a lot of really good potential cleanup to trim out this board, but we are quite a bit behind in the HP department from Spids. Looks like we're up a bit in value, but that being said, it is going to be difficult to claw this game back.
Yeah, and something worth keeping an eye on is in the upper left, that timer. 9 minutes left until we make it into the overtime, and Spids appears to be down almost 3.5 minutes, spending a lot of time thinking about every single play could end up coming back to bite her if it ends up going to that timer. But a bunch of X1s on board. Turmund, after losing the Vladimir, doesn't have a whole lot of value left, right? We have a little bit of healing, a little bit of disintegrates, we have 20 HP, but unless we start finding, you know, like a Bandle Tree type of a card, it's going to be kind of hard to actually close this one out. Red Spids has the Palooza. Palooza could be anything.
Yeah, Palooza could be everything, you know? Like, you could hit a win con off that card. One we see charger, please.
Palooza coming through, hitting in a 2-unit. Oh, it's Eye of the Dragon. Oh my god. Disgusting. Oh, and the Explorers. I didn't even think about it. She copied the Explorer to be able to get the landmark destruction. So even if Turmund ends up finding Bandle Tree, isn't going to actually get any value off of it. Imagine playing Tree in a world of Explorers. Yeah. We see the Perilous Pastry coming through, gonna take down that Mayor. I mean, it felt like when we came in, Spids was on the back foot, but at this point, maybe can turn it around?
It looks like she is in a very strong position. There obviously are some pop decks on the side of Turmund that can completely flip that. Pokey is obviously a pretty solid one, being able to pick off a unit before we go into drawing those cards that are really going to pull us through. But That being said, on the side of Spids, I would have to imagine that her top decks are generally slightly more favored in terms of value, unless Turman hits specifically onto a card like Vladimir or Aloof Travelers.
Yeah, and I love Eternal because I love this card. Pokestick, gonna be able to come through, pick off a unit, and then draw you into another card. It's gonna be the Perilous, or in the Pie Toss, which makes a Perilous Pastry, which could be pretty valuable here. The Pablo coming through. I love this 3-cost Pablo. Ends up getting the prize fight. So going to be able to cash in on that lifesteal. Funnily enough, on a defensive turn. It's pretty funny here, the synergy.
Yep. Big fan of that prize fight. This damage is super valuable, and we also keep our ping and disintegrate ratios looking really nice. That being said, we are in a little bit of a weird position as far as finally getting overboard, and I don't know how many turns we're actually allowed to have of just face tanking this damage Spids is trying to throw at us.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. I mean, think about what Spids was able to do with this Portapalooza. This Portapalooza cycled itself, so you got another card. It gave you an Eye of the Dragon. Eye of the Dragon has traded for Disintegrate and a ping? Oh, just Disintegrate.
Pass after
What?
Oh, because
there's no dragon
base, I guess.
Interesting. And Banditry off the top would normally be the best top deck. Termin would normally be incredibly happy to see that come off the top, but we already know the Explorer card in hand means that this landmark is not going to be long for this world.
Nope. And that was just an extremely heads-up play by Spids, really understanding, you know, just showing it all tonight, understanding when she needs to strike back, where to take concessions in this matchup, and when to really like put it on the gas and hop into the driver's seat. Did it really well this game and against Strawdox, and now all that being said, we're not over it. We're still deep into this top deck war to see who can close it out.
I am prepared.
When you take out the Fearsomes on the side of Spids from Determined, which, okay, it looks like we're electing to keep this Elusive alive. But when you can take out these Fearsomes, this Vlad starts to put a lot of pressure on.
Definitely the case. Right now, Termit is just trying to survive. Has the Elusive, is hoping that the chip damage is going to end up stacking up enough, but second Pablo combined with the Perilous Pastry going to be able to take down our Explorer here. And yeah, that's going to be Termit left with very little in hand. A Disintegrate, 2 Perilous Pastries, and a Dream. What's going to be the top deck? Tree's a little bit too late at this point. What's it going to be? Vladimir? Maybe? Oh, it is Vladimir! Vladimir, I don't think he saves, but oh, he needs more friends on board. He needs someone to tribe him with. He needs someone to drain with. But he's all alone, not able to accomplish as much. Oh wait, it still targets? Wait, that's...
Yeah, you have to... Morgana Vladimir?
He does insta-flip Morgana, actually. Because you can target, like, your entire board. It's kind of funny.
Oh, a bit of a misplay from Spids. That could that's actually... she drew out of it, but sometimes that is very punishing, because Turman does have the ability to remove 2 Fearsome units to try and push in the 6, but Spids has 2 Fearsome units in hand to soak that up. Backswing.
Yeah, the Fearsome Blocker's definitely available here for Spids. You know, it's been so long with just playing Burblefish outside of Bilgewater that, you know, I forgot my good old friend here. Alert card coming through when you generate a 1-cost spell. My favorite.
Yeah, we love Bloodbait. Yo, we're so in there. Look, we're gonna play Bloodbait this turn to proc Shelly after we
god.
We're so in there.
The Barbara hit, actually OP. The most value I've ever seen come out of Barbara at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, all I'm saying, it's a discussion for another time, but Hank built Mordekaiser, Akshan, Barbara. He kind of cooked with that one. Crazy Barbara deck, just saying. Anyways, back to the game. You see, trying to take out the Shelly, trying to push this Fearsome through, have that attack.
Playing these one at a time is just letting them get the... They can hit Spell Shield. We're tough. Wait, why did we play it one at a time? Okay, we really the real target was Kennen all along. We just wanted to kill Kennen.
We wanted to bait them so they wouldn't save Kennen.
Blood bait them? Huh?
Exactly.
Okay, we end up seeing the Shelly proc not come through there. Oh, poor bullet! Stop that spin! Stop it! It's not fair.
It's
oh,
okay.
and Kennen's spell was so good too. Wait, this actually isn't fair.
It's actual insanity.
Oh my god, and that's gonna be Spids in the top deck where we saw it. 3 HP versus 20 is able to bring it back, destroy the landmarks, destroy the value in Turman. No board, nothing left, ends up dropping there, and Spids continues the run, ends up securing her spot in the finals, the repeat finals appearance. We're gonna end up seeing Turman in that third place match, but wow, what an end to that game there.
Yeah, that was really crazy. Definite protagonist energy from Spids, also from Majin, so it'll be really fun to catch them later in the night on the showdown in the grand finals. But before then, like you were saying, we saw a really valiant effort from Sir Turman. We saw Cephalopod's decks not jive with him the best, so right after this break, we will be getting right back there, see them run at it, hopefully see a bit stronger showing from those guys, and, you know, get right on.
Yeah. Oh, but so especially because I do love the Turman lineup. I want to make sure that we end up getting to see and highlight that. But yeah, I mean, that's a banger semifinals. Should be some pretty good finals coming up here in just a bit.
Yeah.
I want to skip later once it gets to like Kane turn. I feel like if we can get a big Sparkle Fly, that's just how we're gonna race. Take the pass. This gets pumped. And I think we just open on skip. Their whole hand is champions? What in the world? Okay, so we have to watch out for Kane's spell, I suppose. Okay, so we can assume our opponent just has another Kane. Right. Yumi grants the unit +1/+1. Okay, so I could actually lodestone here, and it pumps it by 1. Because it's not a 7/6, it's a 5/6. And this makes it a 6/7. Yes, so we lodestone here. That way we can Pale Cascade out of a King's Spell. Most of my plays looked really weird this turn if you didn't see that I skipped and saw 5 champ spells. Or 5 champions, right? So we know there's like 3 of one, 2 of the other. So I was playing around double Kane spell the whole time. Yeah. Oh, GG's. GG's. Nice. That's what we like to see.
All right, nice. You got that concurrent timelines in the opener. That's what the people want to see. And so let's get rid of these combat-oriented cards. I don't feel like they are, a huge necessity right here at the start.
How do I win this matchup? This matchup is horrendous, but we'll have to see where we can get it through.
Jay Sensational quote as we put the timelines on the board. Fuck.
Oh, and yes. Ugh. Gross, gross, gross.
Who do we got? Aloof can become the classic ancient Crocolith. Time to start dropping BMs.
Really is like that sometimes.
All around me are familiar faces.
This Timelines deck's doing Timelines things, you know?
Welcome back to the Champion Draft Series. I am Akedo. This is Card Gamer. We are watching bringing playoffs to you. We just got done watching Cephalopod end up falling to Majin Bay, and then Sir Turman falling to Spiz, which means that they are both in the third place matchup, and we're going to be seeing them in just a minute. How are you doing, Card Gamer?
I'm doing great, Akedo. I mean, I'm just having such a blast tonight after seeing, honestly, a bunch of really fun games. Even though it's been like a bunch of 2-0s, the games, for the most part, have felt way closer than a bunch of 2-0 sets. And, I mean, there's just been some fun games. I mean, people are bringing decks that are somewhat tested and reliable in like certain strategies, but the draft format is making people have to take really interesting spins on it, and it's just a really refreshing, gameplay compared to what we've seen most of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, even more fun as we continue on, watching Tournament and then Spids later. We take a peek at our bracket here. We started out the day, Shodox and Spids, where Spids was able to take that one down, Seth and Jason, with Cephalopod going in. And then in our last round, we just got finished watching Spids and Majibe proceed on to the finals, which means it's going to be Sir Tournament and Cephalopod down there in that third place match, fighting it out for a bit of an extra piece of the prize pool. And let's go and take a peek at their deck lists. We've seen cephalopods already today. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, just hopping into it, that we are finally getting around to Sir Turman's deck list, and Turman has a bunch of fun decks for us that we haven't seen yet, starting off with this Aphelios Elder Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, Elder Dragon, Age of Dragons is one of my favorite decks of the new set. As we can see here, a ton of dragons being slapped in this, that triple Age of Dragons, a lot of ramp with Blue Sentinel, Herald of Dragons. Oh, Trani, one of the best cards in that deck, is that 4-drop there. I'm a big fan of this deck. It should be a lot of fun. It does really well into basically every mid-range deck in the game.
Yeah, and we definitely have all of this beef in the late game, and it's going to be interesting to see if we can stabilize through the mid game against Seth's tempo to just plant this giant Age of Dragons to wall them off.
Yeah, lots of stuns available. Let's go and take a peek at the next deck. I talked about how Turman's lineup is one of my favorites, and this is definitely one of the reasons. Ezreal Twisted Fate. It's a deck he's been running since the early weeks. Sunken Temple. Still on the Ruined Rex, which is one of the funniest interactions and one of the funniest things that you can be doing with this deck. Sunken Temple gives you a full hand. Ruined Rex just drops 6 cannons on your opponent, and everything insta levels Ezreal.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid deck too. This may look familiar to some viewers as Nyla TF from Last Eternal, and that's because it's pretty much the same deck with an Ezreal slotted in, and he works surprisingly well. And it's a very fun deck to see play, so excited to hopefully get to see this one slip through the ban phase.
Yeah, when we look back at Cephalopod's decks, we'll have to keep an eye out to see how many Explorers there are. I remember there being quite a few. And then third deck here for Turman is going to be that Veigar Vladimir. We saw just the end of that as it was fighting against Spids and Banditry. It's been a hot minute. This card now costs 3 mana, I think. And then it only sees things that are on board while it's on board. So really weak to Explorers. But I think that Banditry very much is the side win condition to this deck. A lot of the win condition, a lot of times, just like in original Banditry, is just beating your ass down with value and using really efficient removal.
Yeah, and it really seems like we're going to end up leaning into that, especially with how the Vladimir plays and how strong the Vandal City Mayor tools you have access to are. Also considering just how, board-centric of a lineup Seth has, where things like Vladimir and Flock and Disintegrate are really powerful against it. So I actually wouldn't even be surprised to see if this ends up being the ban from Seth, but...
Yeah, definitely it could be a hard deck to deal with. Let's go and take a peek. I think we still have Cephalopod's decks. Yep. The Rumble Vein, I count 1, 2, 3, 4 Explorers, which means 4 landmark removal, which means 4 different times that Turman is going to be upset when he sees the card come down.
Yeah, they're definitely going to make it very difficult for these landmarks to be planted and used as win conditions for Turman, which is, I think, going to make Turman and how he plays out the games really, really interesting for us to see. Because not only is Seth good at applying pressure, he's good at stopping some of the win conditions from Turman. So excited to see how that plays out.
Absolutely. Next up, we have the Morgana set deck. We did not get to see that in the last set. Maybe we'll see that this time around. It's one of those mid-range decks. No deny. Even though they're in Ionia, means that Age of Dragons might end up with a pretty favored matchup into this one. It'd be pretty funny if we end up getting to see that. I would not be upset watching those two, the new champions, Morgana and Elder Dragon, going at each other's throats.
Yeah, that would definitely be a fun one to watch. Hopefully we could see both of these decks that I don't think people are too familiar with, but moving on to Seth's last deck, a deck that we are pretty familiar with, we have, good old Echo Zillion. This time, no Explorers, though. An oddity for Seth, you could say.
Yeah, no Explorers means that It would be a deck that would normally be pretty annoying for some of Determined's decks to deal with. But no Explorers. You probably leave this up. Flock is a pretty good tool against Echo. And then the Temple getting stuck down might be able to end up removing everything. I kind of like Turban's chances into this deck.
Yeah, I would imagine this is one of the decks you decide to leave up, especially considering how much stun you have packed into your Aphelios list, and Aphelios being a pretty decent card against Echo as well. But we will see what the players end up deciding as we get into game. Definitely some big decisions in terms of where you are going to go, and a couple different ways to chop up your strategy of how you want to go about the ban, you know, whether if you're really worried about like the explorer portion of your decks, if like Seth is really thinks a big edge he has is trying to bully landmarks, like that's one whole dynamic. And then, you know, you can start talking about, are you banning Elder Dragon because you're scared of the power, similar for Morgana? There's a lot of questions to be answered as far as how this pick ban can go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see almost any of these decks get banned from either side. There's a lot of stuff to take into account. I would be surprised to see maybe Turban ends up throwing it at the Vayne Rumble. It is, you know, a very aggressive, very strong deck. We saw it end up falling to Majin, but, you know, just because Cephalopod had trouble drawing Rumble those games doesn't mean he's going to have trouble against you, right? He's got a perfect curve the moment you leave it up, and you're just going to get blown off the board.
Yeah, Turman didn't see those games either. He probably has no idea about Rumble and Seth's relationship at the current moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that get banned. And then, you know, maybe Ezreal Twisted Fate ends up having a little bit better of a run there, especially because, you know, a bit fewer stuns, I think, than you normally run in the Age of Dragons deck. I think I'm on like 6, he's on 4, so, you know, still pretty solid into Rumble, but, you know, the special poppers are a little bit limited if you don't have Aphelios. But
yeah, definitely
I don't know.
I'd be really curious to see the ban. I'm pretty confident that whatever it ends up being, it's not going to end up being the Echo Zillion, but we will see once we get into game.
I think it's going to be Vayne Rumble, and then I think from the other side it's going to be Veigar Vladimir. I think those are what I would ban. But it's hard to say. We get in 2 of the decks I think we weren't expecting to see banned, so no surprise here. But bottom side of the screen is going to be Sir Turban piloting that Age of Dragons. Elder Dragon cannot be stopped. We'll see if Echo Zillion here in the top side for Cephalopod's going to be able to take care of that. And already a handful of dragons.
Yeah, look, all I'm gonna say, Aikado and I, we talked a little bit about this Age of Dragons card before the cast, and all I'm gonna say is I'm not too high on this card because all of my hands look like Turmans. By the time I play this Age of Dragons card, my board's gonna have 6 dragons on it, man.
Yeah, there's not going to be enough left in the deck to be drawn with a hand like this. And yeah, I would say one of the best tools that Turban could have in this matchup is just any of your 2-drops. Any of them are just so good, whether that's the Herald of the Dragons, whether that's the Blue Sentinel to block down and potentially ramp into a dragon early, or just the pony. I don't know what the pony's called, I just know it's broken as shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd get enough pony. On the side of Cephalopod, we don't love to see a drop order in hand. Besides that, things are looking pretty nice. We have the predicts for 1 through 3. Hopefully we're finding an Echo, but even if we don't find the Echo, we have quite a bit of value cards to be coming out on 4 and 5 to make sure we're hitting into the pieces we need.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a great hand here for Cephalopod, chaining those predicts. I see 3 of them already. 4th in hand, 5th in hand, lots of draw, lots available for him. I don't think that he can be too upset with what he's been given, especially with Turban having to hard cast that Aphelios on turn 3 means no weapon going to be chosen there, but we're going to see the second Aphelios actually coming through. Nice little Calibrum, actually. We can take a shot at a unit here and then have the Gravitum as a development punish next turn. I like this position. Like, it looked a little bit rough, but I'm seeing Aphelios sort of pull it together.
Yeah, no, I really like this, and we're also trying our best to keep the board slim before the Echo starts reviving. Really like how Turman's trying to play to get around the Echo, and then Cephalopod also being heads up, recognizing like, hey, can't really get punished here because they're playing Targon, so might as well just slip in this Echo now.
Yeah, and we're going to see the time trick come through and flip the Echo. Do you skip here? Wait, can you skip and hit the Chrono Break?
Yeah, you can skip and hit Chrono Break. You can also pick and... Oh, no, you can't pick and hit Chrono Break. That's not how...
Does he actually like flip halfway through the spell? Is that how it works?
No. That's not how that works. You can, like, it can be placed on top of your deck, right? So you can predict to flip Echo and then draw a Chrono Break off of, like, natural draw, but not off of the spell.
Oh, you can't hit it off of the time trick? Okay, I was a little too excited. Either way, lots of options there, and we'll end up seeing the Mystic Shot. This is a one-of Mystic Shot, so not something that Tournament is likely to play around, and could end up getting value here. Either is removing this Herald of Dragons, removing an Aphelios. Either way, we'll see the Dark Binding come through and lock that Echo up for a turn.
Yep. The Dark Bind is really nice to keep this value slow on the side of Echo because they had to be opening to get around this Gravitum. The one thing I will say I'm not 100% sure of is this Gravitum. It may have just been better to have hold the Gravitum to make sure we can never get punished, but I understand the thought process of trying to, you know, make it through the weapons. We are going to have some nice discounts coming through the coming turns with our units to, you know, fit in these weapons, and the Aphelios flip is definitely far from irrelevant.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's not an easy decision to make. You want to get the weapon cycle through, but, you know, maybe just sitting on Gravitum might have been better to, you know, even punish a rally, right? You know, it's a major punish to a rally coming through, but I do see a big old Fire Spitter coming through, going to be able to pick off the 4-2, potentially pick off the Voices as well. It's a very high value dragon.
Yeah, hitting the tough is really, really strong. Like you said, being able to kill off this 5-4 while living is just not a trade you're really expecting your opponent to be able to make going on to your turn 6. Definitely.
Augment Clock. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was so scared that the Augment Clock was going to skip into a Chrono Break. I would have lost my mind. But unfortunately, Cephalopod, not that guy this time.
Definitely would have been moments from disaster. Would have been really an annoying Chrono Break, but the Echo still would have been shackled in the previous turn. So
true.
The past Chrono Break definitely would apply a lot of pressure though.
Yeah, the big thing would have been just keeping Voices alive. It is such a valuable card, but now, despite what was a really strong opener from Cephalopod, Turmund is seemingly has done an okay job of weathering the storm. We see second Clock Lane coming through, potentially getting the Voices, potentially getting that Chrono Break. So maybe going to be able to apply enough pressure here. But once you start getting into these turns where you're playing these dragons down, especially like Ocean Drake, the amount of healing that comes through can just really be just unreal.
Did Turmund just die?
I don't think so.
Oh, no,
Did he?
No, that guy's still shackled.
Yeah, I think he's chilling.
Yeah, I was for a second I thought Seth was allowed to go Absolver Rally this turn, but no, we were still shackled.
Yeah, that would have been a major punish. You see the full swing coming through here. Big thing is going to be making sure that Turmund does not decide to fire off the Calibrum before a rally comes out, just because you don't want to give him back both their elusives. Give one back.
Yep.
Plus, saving the Calibrum for next turn is nice because you can get another heal off with that second Ocean Drake.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we would be flipping the Aphelios with this Calibrum, so just like extremely disciplined from Turmund to be holding this Calibrum for the rally. Just saying, like, I can not give up the. I don't need to Aphelios flip if you aren't pressuring me.
Yeah. That's it. The Absolver gonna be coming through here, pushing a lot of damage. Not actually going to enable any extra trades. Just gets that Ocean Drake down, 1 extra HP, and now this is sort of shields down here for Cephalopod. And after this point, you know, we see a rally in hand already, so there's going to be nothing but pressure from this turn on. But losing the board means that just an Echo's really strong, but doesn't auto win the game on his own.
Yeah, Echo isn't auto-winning the game, and it is going to be not the greatest position to be in like on the side of Turmund, we have the ability to play a big unit next turn. On top of that, we get to stun out a unit, and we get to play. I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've played Aphelios. I believe it's Infernum is after Graviton.
Yeah,
That's
the
Severum.
Overwhelm.
Yeah, so the Overwhelm is just so much pressure to be putting on the board this turn.
It is a lot of damage. Infernum could be huge here. I really like just Ocean Drake. Yeah, just gets so much healing. I think this is one of the most slept on cards in the Elder Dragon package. You just heal so much for so free. We see 4 healing coming through here. And then another 2 if that Gravitum is able to go off. We see the Aphelios getting shot, and that's cool. But we could just heal infinite, and if you're healing infinite, maybe maybe the rallies aren't too big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to go crazy this turn, but I mean, on the side of Turmund, you could even probably pass here, and I don't see how you're losing the game. I mean, next turn you play an Elder Dragon with the Graviton backup, and then you go into like Age of Dragons on your turn after that. I mean,
yeah, Age of Dragons, you have the 3rd Ocean Drake in hand, even the Alatus. Alatus is also just an incredibly powerful dragon. That said, this attack does let Cephalopod get 2nd Echo down and a Chrono Break. So potentially could have been the punish that ends up taking advantage of it.
Punish, because that will let 1 Echo slip in next turn, and then they know we won't have great punishes next turn, and then they can play the voices to try and really push over the top. This might have been the opening that Cephalopod needed to try and take control back of the game.
See, a few minutes ago.
Yeah. We'll see how much Cephalopod's able to cook with these. That said, Ocean Drake, if you haven't seen it before, is a massive elusive unit. It's healing so much every single turn, but it's also putting your opponent on a clock. This is at least 6 elusive damage every single turn. And yeah, we have so much healing that Sir Turmund isn't even too worried about it. It's like, yeah, sure, go ahead, hit me in the face for 5, go ahead and draw your card. You're not going to be able to do enough to deal with me. And we'll see if that's the case, but that's what it feels like. Celestial Wonder off the top would be kind of nice, though.
Yeah, I do think if we draw a Wonder, this game should be pretty locked, as long as there is no deny on the side of Cephalopod. But having 2 Echoes in play is a very dicey position, especially with access to these voices in hand, and the cheap drop order to keep filling out the board as well, if you would like to go for that.
Definitely could be worrisome. That said, the Aphelios means that we could go Ocean Drake, heal 3, Aphelios, and then heal like 11 this turn. The amount of healing, this Ocean Drake really is just an insane card once it's allowed to go off. That said, both the Echoes hitting are also pretty insane. Lots of draw coming through, lots available, and it's just going to be the Elder Dragon Slam. It heals a ton. We go up to 18 HP, and no rallies yet from the side of Cephalopod.
Yeah, 18 HP. We have what appears to be... I guess we're threatening lethal next turn unless there's a quicksand. So we're putting a lot of pressure on our opponent to try and kill us this turn. Like you just mentioned, there is the Chrono Break there. We're allowed to play voices and a unit before we rally. Definitely interesting in how Seth tries to maneuver out the end of this game to maximize EV.
Yeah, it's not an easy position from either side of the table here.
So if we play the drop order right, we're pushing 9 damage minimum. We're killing the Ocean Dragon, and our Echo stays alive. Okay, we're not rallying this turn.
Double voices. The issue with double voices is it does give your opponent the chance to potentially rip a Celestial Wonder. But oh my god, you're so wide, you're dealing so much damage, you're repping so much. It's not an easy position for Turmund to be in. And the Absolver off the top is such a good rip.
Oh my, I think Cephalopod might have wrestled back control of this game. Especially because it's going to take Turmund a couple actions to really set up what he wants to be doing. So if we just pull it right now on the side of Seth, it might be game.
We'll see. It's so close. The action economy here is absolutely massive. Oh, and no rally. So the thing is that Termin wants to play Aphelios, wants to play Infernum.
You are allowed to wait this one action, right, on the side of Seth, but you have to go when you see this Aphelios.
I don't know if you're even allowed to wait this action, because you can't actually kill. We did go overwhelm!
That's a Mastery 5 Aphelios exclusive.
What the fuck? Are we going lice? What are we? I'm so lost.
See as I see. Will help.
I'm so lost. Okay. If we survive this rally, a big thing is there's only one rally left in the deck, in the entire deck. So could be the last one. The rally rip means that a Voices does end up dropping before combat. So it's going to be a little bit less lethal, but there's still 2 echoes coming at you.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Voices ends up dropping. Still a wide board. Still a lot of damage being represented here. Also, another echo in hand could potentially be hitting a parallel convergence at some point. Something to keep in the back of your mind. But we'll see the block getting lined up here. Absolver. There's only 2 Absolvers in the entire deck. The first one was already used. So the second one is something that Termin is aware of, is something that he's playing around, but it's not easy. The Deathless on the Cloud Drake actually lets us play Otrani this turn. That's so funny.
I imagine we see the Absolver come out this turn. Yeah, 1-2, like this. And just trying to clean up the board. I mean, we can either put this second part on, probably on Voices, I would imagine is where it's going.
Yeah, saving Voices seems pretty valuable. Killing Ocean Drake also pretty good. I think it's dealer's choice. I think both of them are pretty reasonable.
I think I'm a bigger fan of killing Aphelios because I think we're pushing so much damage over the top anyways, and the weapons are annoying, but either way works. This is also another option, right? Why not the best of all worlds? Big fan of that one, actually.
Saving our entire board. Termin ends up losing everything. Deathless is going to mean that we have a couple of blockers next turn, but just so much damage coming through. Just a consistent pressure being put on by this Echo deck. We've seen it a million times in the past. And look at all these draws. Only 1 rally left in the deck, but honestly, maybe you only need the 1 rally. The Time Bombs, actually. Time Bombs just hard counter Deathless. Riot?
Yeah, it's... okay. Yeah, we need to put Zillion back in standard. We don't need to nerf Elder Dragon. I'm glad we're on the same page, Icado.
I'm done with not nerfing Elder, honestly. Called Shot is going to be shipped in. And, I mean, this is why I was talking about running the 6 stuns. Only 4 means that Termin, this is the second one that we found. Not quite as many as we would like to see. Careful Prep would be kind of funny here. Ends up going for the another time trick, but... yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say if this is going to be enough. Another time trick. What's he looking for, do you think?
Maybe Deny, I guess. Deny, because like he already played the Absolvers, right? So not Absolver. Maybe Deny. Maybe having Rally changes his attack. Those would be my initial ideas, but I'm not entirely sure. That being said. We do survive this turn on the side of Termined, but we are going to be in a really tough position for playing the grind game.
Well, so you say that, but I see in hand this weird card that you hate called Age of Dragons. We've drawn a lot of dragons. We've played a lot of dragons this game, but there's still like 5 or 6 left in the deck. We might be able to hit 3 of them here. Another Elder Dragon being free. Elder Dragon spell is kind of insane because it refills your mana and draws you cards. This could be... oh, no! He instantly hits the fucking parallel convergence! There's no way! There's no way!
He's too good.
Actually, it only pushes 4 here, but it does give you another... oh, just kidding, the stun unit!
Yeah, it still only pushes 4, right? But you have to give up Elder Dragon.
Or you don't give up Elder Dragon. Giga Chad go down to 2 HP. They've already used their only Mystic Shot, which means that they don't have any actual reach. They have to hit, like, 3rd rally here, right? They have to hit 3rd rally to be able to pressure the lethal, but they're drawing so many cards. How many cards does Echo even have left in his deck?
Bomb? What if we just triple time bomb them?
The time bombs could be lethal.
We're just gonna triple time bomb? Oh, another Echo?
Another Echo could be another parallel convergence. Oh my god, so many options available. That's it. Ocean Drake is healing up, so we're not dead to the time bombs yet. Okay, Age of Dragons, give us 6, baby. Come on. 6 off the top. Age of Dragons.
I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to be converted, Aikado. But every time it's like 2 here tops. Usually it's 1 from me.
Age of Dragons refills mana.
Elder Dragon?
Age of Dragons refills mana.
Elder Dragon? Okay.
Okay, this is so good. This is so good because Age of Dragons refill, or the Elder Dragon spell refill spell mana, and it draws you every single unit at the top of your deck.
We just hit Chrono Break on the side of Seth.
There's no way! Come on, dude, that's not fair! That's not fair! Refill mana, come on, Turbid! Come on, you can get there!
Yeah, we're refilling mana, we're looking. I guess.
Oh my god!
I guess we're playing.
Okay, can Portia hit anything? No, right? It's just units? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
we're not dead!
So yeah,
we hit the heal!
Yeah, we're healing?
I'm losing my mind, Card Gamer. What is this?
This is a normal game of Legends of Runeterra.
Absolutely, and suddenly the attack isn't even showing lethal. It's just blocks gonna come through, and there's so much develops. Now Portia can hit anything. Portia could hit Cithria. Portia could hit Tiana. There's so many lethal options.
And we have to play the 0 mana Elder Dragon after we give this one up to just like full heal ourselves with Ocean Dragon again. Like, what's going on?
Oh no! Come on, save the Ocean Drake. Save it. No, Turbid. That's fine. Honestly, it's overkill. But Tiana's huge here. Citria's huge here. Otacon wins the game. Come on. What's this Portia gonna be?
A lot of hits.
It could be anything. Okay, yeah, this doesn't matter. Oh, Shield Waters is okay. Dune Swallower.
Dune Swallower is really funny.
It's terrible. It's a 1/1. Wait, the Shield Waters kills itself. Oh no!
Trying its best, man. Come on.
What's our Elder Dragon level at? Is it even close? I don't think it's even close. It's probably at like 25 or something.
Yeah, I think Elder's a bit off. Elder's at 38 right now, so it gets another 28 from its attack, right? So
yeah,
that's
only
gonna
needs
put it
37 to flip. I mean, it's kind of close. Like it's not, but it kind of is, you know?
Yeah, well, like when you have 28 on field, right? You're 1 develop away from flipping. Like you're surprisingly close.
Yeah. But it's actually 31 on field. It's actually really close.
Yeah, 31. I forgot to add the +3 from
Wait, we're showing lethal. Hello? Wait, Cephalopod is dead if he doesn't hit drop orders.
I believe there is 1 drop order in death.
Oh, but drop order doesn't even say because Fearsome on Portia. Oh my god! Turbid took it down through the echoes. There's like 10 echoes, 3 rallies, a parallel convergence. But Age of Dragons is the one to take it down. Oh my god, are you convinced?
I don't even know what happened this game. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm so confused. But like, that was really sick. I'm glad I got to see that.
The triple Ocean Drake, and then eventually there at the end, the Age of Dragons trying second and third Elder Dragon, both of them being free. Wow. What? That was just game 1.
Yeah, we still got more to go.
Oh my god.
Okay,
and
so
we get to watch the Ezreal Twisted Fate. I'm in heaven. Turbid, thank you so much.
Alright. So, as someone, you know, who's played a good bit of this deck, Aikado, how are we supposed to win if we don't have Temple?
See, that's the great part. We drew Temple, so it doesn't matter. See, you know, you're thinking about like, oh, what if? See, the thing is, we have Temple, we play it, and we close our eyes, and that's the beginning, middle, and end of our win conditions here.
I understand. They would never draw Explorer.
Exactly. What I love about this is that we can do the classic commit tax fraud option, they play suppression on turn 4, and you just play temple on 5 and pray you never hit the suppression. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, we're just not gonna play any spells until this is perfect. We play Vic Rash here. Next turn we play like fucking like just the 1/2 who cares.
Yeah, we'll play Ezreal with a Pool Shark.
Yeah, just don't play suppression, whatever you do.
Just absolutely refuse to play suppression. The challenger units are really good. Like, to be fair for Cephalopod, the challenger units are really good. The tough units are really good. There's definitely a lot of pressure being applied here, and none of your units trade like ever for tournament. Which means that, you know, what you're looking for is a big Cursed Rex. You're looking for a Twisted Fate flip. These are like your win conditions in here. Oh, this guy paying his taxes, imagine. We get the Pool Shark draw in, and now that is a slammed Sunken Temple. Interesting enough, the original Demacian landmark interaction is Erica. Erica is the only way to deal with Temple, or was for a long time in Demacia, so ends up actually being, funnily enough, pretty good here, but we do end up hitting the suppression instantly. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
I understand why this guy pays his taxes.
Yeah. That said, I mean, we already have a full hand. It's not the end of the world if we don't get this temple back for a while, but it does mean that Cephalopod has to be a little bit concerned about attacking in with Erica once these challenger units are dealt with, you know, in 10 turns.
See how Turman decides to play out this turn. What are you thinking here? Like, I see a lot of different lines. In my mind, I'm inclined to go for like suppression plus like the TF, yeah, or the Cloudwinder plus the I would have probably gone blue card into the suit up.
I think suppression, Miriam refill mana might have been the direction I go, but the suit up is obviously pretty massive here.
Yeah, I like the Miriam line as well. It's just a question of if you wanted to like suit up in combat for value, but like I also like going suppression Miriam to like get stuff down.
Yeah, I'm just a coward, but we see the slipstreams coming through. If you played, or if you saw this deck at all in Eternal, the one thing that you know that it does really well is pressure that Twisted Fate flip. And we are pressuring a Twisted Fate flip. We're drawing a lot of cards, throwing some spells out here at the Erica. Twin Discipline's going to be able to save Erica, and now Turbin might be in trouble. Turbin might be a little bit in trouble. Maybe got a little bit too flippant with it. Threw the spells out, hoping for that Sunken Temple. Maybe there was a safer line of just you could just play some units.
Cloudwinders, you know, maybe get a 2/3 on board, refill some mana, but you know it's okay. A little ambitious. I understand. I've seen a lot of people play the Temple deck, and you know, I too would surrender if they took away my Temple and wouldn't give it back.
You said, how do you win without Temple? I was like, oh, you just don't. And yeah, we saw it there. I do think we probably could have like Miriam refilled spell mana, played a Cloudwinder, played an After. There was probably a more conservative line there that wasn't just, you know, close eyes and pray they don't have. Oh, we won and hit
so
Temple.
Good. That's my goat.
And we have the Aftershock for Echo. It's actually, I mean, Termin's the guy. He is that guy.
It's over.
Oh my goodness.
Well, to be fair, like you mentioned earlier, there is an Absolver in this, right? So they do have the ability to protect Echo with that, and especially attacking on 5 SF, like you are a lot more you're a lot happier to just develop your Echo on 5, play him with like the full back Absolver for interaction, and then when you're doing that on the side of Seth, like Sir Termin is either not templing or they're letting Echo hit with Absolver, so definitely gives him some, you know, leeway to try and take control of this matchup.
Yeah, there's definitely some play there. Importantly, though, we talked about it in the first game, but Cephalopod only one Mystic Shot in this version, which means that this Twisted Fate potentially could just come down and stick forever. You know, especially if you do end up going for like the turn 5 Echo play. You know, you feel good about yourself until it eats a red or it eats a gold card, and then you know on turn 6 the Temple comes down and suddenly it's precarious.
I've been practicing, and it's not perfect.
Yeah.
But look,
if your prediction
definitely
is
can
correct,
find
we
yourself
have
in some
much to look
awkward
forward to.
positions
Ooh.
as the Echo player if you're extremely careful. Pretty far
Gamer.
determined. I imagine we're doing this because we're going into Vikrosh into blue just to like get the mana all nice and be mana efficient. But we'll see what Termin decides if he finds more value out of a different TF card.
Yeah, we'll see what direction he decides to go with. I imagine we'll just see like an open attack here. That seems pretty okay. You know, fuck it, blue card. Draw a card. Hey, you can never go wrong drawing cards, right? You can never go wrong drawing cards.
That's the whole point of this deck, right?
True. True.
Why else play TF Ezreal if it's not to deck yourself out?
Very true. I wonder though, okay, so we end up seeing the Aftershock come through. It's gonna end up taking down Echo. Do you even Scrying Sands here, or do you wait and try and bait them into attacking with the Twisted Fate? There's no way, right? Come on, Turban. Hey, there we go. Good disciplined play.
Yeah, it was a pretty heads-up play from Cephalopod. Just like trying to be cute. Just saying like, I don't actually care about drawing a Chrono Break next turn, and I have another Echo to come down with, so it's all good. This is slightly the punish though, if you would have wanted to play this Voices here potentially. But it's just like a question of what you actually prefer to set up your win condition, and I think that this Echo is actually better overall because you probably need a rally to push through.
Probably going to be the case. I was going to ask, you know, there's sort of a question here of like, do you go for Temple? Do you go for the refill mana and Divine Whirlwind? You know, there's like a conservative line and there's a I'm going to race you line. And it looks like Termin is willing to race, going for that TF flip. Hey, you know what? We're drawing into a slipstream. This TF is flipped. Like, it looks like he's not, but he is. I promise you. This guy is going to be tossing out cards like you would not believe next turn.
I mean, this guy's at 2 already, and then he hit 6, and like we have to slipstream. Haters will say it's fake, but I know.
Okay, Miriam is best hit, by the way. Please. Yeah. Oh, we get to refill the mana. It's so. Oh, he's insane. Termin's so good.
Game's heating up.
Why do we get to go like Miriam into Rex their whole board until like play out our turn?
Yeah, we still have a Divine Whirlwind too. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Miriam coming down, blue card. Gonna give us a little bit more fuel to decide what we... Oh, and make it rain. Also, it's so disgusting. I mean, grip and rip, baby. I actually really like the setting up the Rex as your second action, because then the red card goes on the stack first. So the Rex does extra damage, which is really nice. And then you still get to like save gold card, but it looks like we're... You know what? What I would say is Termin just doesn't give a fuck about value, or playing around playing around Chrono Break. He's like, nah, you didn't hit it. You're not that guy.
He's playing around Chrono Break by using his cards to kill Echo and then just holding Rex, I think.
Oh, that might be it too. But the thing is, then they'll be so wide. I think.
Or you know, he just isn't Rexing this turn, and he's just going to like use his Divine Whirlwind to kill.
Yeah, that's fair. Like if a rally did come through and you just shoot Echo, that's yeah. I mean, let's be honest. We have a flip TF. We have a Temple. We have as many cards as we could hope for. The world is Termin's oyster, and there's a little that can go wrong at this point.
Can we win before we deck ourselves out? That's the real question.
There's so much burn in this deck. There's Ezreal's as well. It's hard not to win, to be honest with you, just by closing eyes and playing cards. That said, this attack is a little scary. Not really, because like gold card, but like it could have been scary, you know?
We have a stun, deal 1 to the entire board, and targeted deal 5.
Oh my god.
It was almost scary.
You know, it feels scary until you start thinking like in your head, like, okay, so this is gonna be a TF card, this is gonna be a TF card. Okay, no, it's less scary now. There still could be like a Chrono Break though, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, but like Chrono Break doesn't even matter. Like
entire board and then just like be fine.
Yeah, like Seth can't attack here. It's not like he's gonna. Like what do you do? How do you play this video game?
Not sure. I imagine it's something along the lines of like sneaking a little bit of damage in around the side and then like sneaking a zillion flip or like sneaking a cheeky burnout somehow.
Yeah, and there is a world where we use everything and die to an Absolver? Is that a thing?
I don't think so, because if we use both of these spells here, we're killing off everything but the Zillion and the Chrono, the drop order. But that does leave us really weak to a Chrono Break, which is maybe why Termin isn't going it. But Termin's maybe hand tracking well enough to know that there wouldn't be a Chrono Break.
Yeah, might be the case as we see gold card and red card are going to pick up everything here other than a drop border, but with just one drop border on board, it's going to lose the buffs of the voices. Are you sure we don't lose the Absolver? No, because gold card's going to hit it no matter what. Oh my god, it's actually crazy. I love Twisted Fate. Holy shit. Do you think this guy can come back to standard?
Yeah, we're going to get Twisted Fate 2, right?
True. Twisted Fate 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Twisted Fate 2, where I win the game not for doing a game action that is just you're supposed to take.
Damn, wait, are you a Twisted Fate hater?
No, I really like Twisted Fate. He's my favorite champion, but like when they were like, yeah, what if we made a really generically good champion that's extremely flexible and can fit into most decks, and then he becomes one of the best win conditions in the game, and the way you turn him into that is by taking one of the best game actions in the game, generally speaking. Maybe there was a bit of a balance issues in that design.
You know, drawing cards is something that, you know, people like doing. I would say, you know, usually he has trouble becoming a win condition on his own in decks that aren't, you know, very much going out of their way to do so. But I mean, as we can see here, in the current day and age, going out of your way to do so does not suck. It does not suck.
No. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
He's holding down the fort. I like how we have another 2 copies of him in hand, just in case anything goes wrong.
It's just dopamine, man. I see every card in our hand. I see all the value. I just see everything. Temple plus flip TF. There's nothing that can go wrong. And Ezreal is flipped because we played a Rex at some point this game. It means that there's so much burn going to be coming through now as well. And you know, I'm not saying that Turban's definitely securing this 3rd place match, but fucking Ezreal.
Yeah. How could Ezreal do this? Like,
I can't believe Ezreal's done this, dude.
Honestly. Like, okay, thinking about it, TF, that guy could come back. Ezreal, never again.
Yeah. You know, Temple did nothing this game. TF did nothing this game. Rex did nothing this game. I think the only reason that Turbid is winning right now is because of Ezreal.
He had the Ezreal answer, and he's still gonna die. You trying to tell me this champion is balanced? I got it.
True. Now that you mentioned it, I'm starting to see it. You know, I don't know. Ezreal doesn't actually proc off of the what's it called? Off of the Rex stuff. So it kind of a unlucky thing here.
Yeah. He doesn't proc off TF cards either. Maybe we need to buff Ezreal, actually.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're on my side here. What if TF cards targeted? Then you could play TF Morgana.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, we're cooking.
Dead in there.
Gold card, double Mystic Shot, the Divine Whirlwind. We don't quite have. Oh, we have Burst Lethal when we get an action, but yeah. Oh, actually, we don't. Oh, yeah, we do. We can target our own unit with Aftershock.
Yep.
And good guy Cephalopod gonna give us a target anyway. Say it with me. Fucking Ezreal.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he BM'd. He BM'd. Wait, Turbid is out here saving Ezreal, making sure he doesn't get nerfed by not doing the Burst Lethal. Instead, we see the Cannon Barrage come in, Ruined Rex, showing up in the one deck where it's good, and you know, Twisted Fate is a pretty cool card.
Did I say Ezreal's broken? I meant Ruined Rex is broken. We gotta nerf that guy. That guy can never come back to standard, that's for
True. Frickin' Ruined Rex. Either way, was a banger 3rd place game there where we see Termin able to eke out some incredibly close games there against Cephalopod. And Cephalopod had a great season, played that last game about as well as they could have, but unfortunately, you know, it can be hard sometimes when the eternal win cons just get rolling.
Yeah, definitely some difficult positions Cephalopod got into. I think that the games Tournament 1, his decks were operating at like such an absurd power level. Like it was really difficult for Sep to fight back, but he really tried his best. And like you said, it was a real valiant effort. And congrats to him for making top 4 this season.
Absolutely. But Turmund is going to be able to represent Latin America there, picking up the 3rd place, so doing very well for them. We'll be back here with finals in just a bit after a short little break here. What's going to be Spids and Majin? Is Spids going to be able to run it back? Is Majin going to take down the previous champion? Stick around and we'll find out in just a bit.
Landmark. Funny. This is free mana, which is interesting. Because I can discount this, right?
Anything useful, so it's very rough for us at this point.
I don't have anything to do next turn, which is really awkward. I might just rip this and see what I hit. That good?
What? That's a little bit ridiculous, I'll say.
I just... the Furious Wielder is trapped! This combo is so insane. He just doesn't have another strike spell. And his only strike spell is stuck inside of this...
Yeah, he takes the Absolver and we're dead there.
We don't have enough units. We're really quickly running out of resources because it's gonna be potentially ASO. So this is a waiting game of like either they get ASO or I get a second Bando tree, which is gonna get destroyed right away. I'm so sad. Yeah, he can just go for the Celestial now too, huh? And gets the Shyvana or ASO. I have to just kind of go all in, right? The problem here is that we're still not leveling up this Vladimir. Like if they got ASO, I just lose, right? This sucks. I guess actually I just got rid of the dragons like I wanted to, right? Ooh, wait a second. Wait a second. Disintegrate top deck to save us. Into Vladimir. Wait, did we find the live because we had the top deck disintegrate? Guiding touch is not enough. We actually got there. Wait, we just stole that. We just stole that. Wow, wow. We just literally got away with murder there. We just got away with murder there.
And welcome back to the Champion Draft Series. I'm Akato. This is Card Gamer. We just watched a banger of a 3rd place match, but that's going to be nothing compared to the finals that we're going into in just a minute between Majin Bay and Spids, the challenger and the champion of the last CDS, making her way back to the finals. How you feeling, Card Gamer?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to see this set. I think I'll actually understand what's going on after the craziness of last set. That was a lot of fun. You guys should go back and watch it if you missed it. But I want to see who's going to hold it down. Is Spids going to come with the run back, retain her title, or is Majin going to go ahead and claim CDS, be a new winner, taking the crown? And I'm really interested to see how it goes. They both have some really good decks. They've both been playing and drawing like some protagonists, and I think it's going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. Let's go and take a sneak peek. They're at their decks. Majin Bay, of course, with the Thresh Nasus. We didn't get to see it earlier, but a very strong deck in its own regard. Has a lot of really strong Eternal Tools. Curse Keeper, Blade Caretaker, Ravenous Butcher. You know, you love it.
Yeah, just really solid deck. Reliable, and I think something we're not going to see again considering Spids' lineup. But before we get all that far, moving on to Majin's deck number 2. Something, you know, you'd come to expect more out of someone labeled as an Ionian idiot. We have Rise Master Yi.
You know, if last deck was a deck we probably won't see, this is a deck I wish we didn't see. Fucking Rise. Not my favorite deck on the planet, but definitely, you know, right up Majin Bay's alley. This is sort of what he's known for at this point. It's Ionia. Lee Sin's not around, so instead he's playing a Rise, and he's playing it well. We saw him go down to 1 HP earlier against Cephalopod. See if he's able to do that again against Spids' aggressive lineup. And then third up is that deck that I'm just glad that he finally decided to bring. Even if, again, it's a deck that I hate, it's one that he hates as well, but it's just so powerful and it's just so strong. It's Elusives.
Yep. And like you were saying, it's just really good. You play very powerful combat tricks. You play a lot of generically good cards and like Pokestick and Bird and Targon Tellstones. And then you're stocked up with Elusives and, you know, Yuumi, that card's broken.
Unironically, that card is broken. Let's go take a peek though at Spids. Spids with a pretty aggressive lineup. We have the Draven Leona here. Might be one of the better decks into what Majin's playing. There's a lot of aggression, a lot of bulk, a lot of burn. This is not an easy deck to deal with.
Yeah, definitely not. It's going to be very similar to like Leona decks you've seen in Standard, except we got Draven in Rearguard, which is way better than any Standard card you could slot in.
You're not wrong. What a flock as well. Something you just have to keep an eye on. Awful lot going on there. Let's take a peek at the next deck that Spids has. The Ken and Nilo, we've highlighted a couple times. It's Shelly, it's condensed, but it really just shows how good Spids is at taking what's available to her and then bringing it in like a slightly different way to, you know, really attack an expected meta. And, you know, this is just a really strong deck, a lot of value. We've seen it do really well so far, and, you know, it could be pretty hard for Majin to deal with.
Yeah, definitely a deck I could see giving some trouble to Majin's slower decks. And talking about a deck that slow decks hate, we have Poro King Sejuani. Now, Sejuani is kind of just in here to fulfill the CDS requirement. Pretty strong generic beater, and it also gives us some Freljord tools, which are pretty good for Poro King. And then we got, you know, the Poro package, which is something I'm sure we've all seen paired with Yuumi plenty, which is a very annoying and problematic package when Poro King gets going.
Absolutely, goes absolutely crazy, especially if you are a slow deck at all. I remember playing Karma and I'm like, I'm doing great, and then you realize, oh, I'm playing against Poro King. Oh, this is unwinnable. I'm just gonna get beaten down. And Majin Bay not playing Karma, but Rise is about the same thing. You know, if you're letting the Poro King go off, you know, if he makes it like turn 6, turn 7, there's a lot of power coming through. It's not an easy deck to deal with.
No, not by any means, especially for something like a Rise where you don't have to stop one threat. It's gonna be like every threat is huge, and they're all like 1 mana to come down, so it's gonna provide a lot of problems. If we're thinking about the pick and ban that these two players are going to go for, as Spids kind of has these more aggressive lineups and also a couple decks that don't love and one deck that doesn't love the aggression in Poro King.
Yeah,
definitely going to imagine it's a Thresh ban on the sides of Spids. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think Thresh Nasus makes the most sense. It matchups really well into a lot of the mid-rangey aggressive stuff that Spids is playing. It feels like the one that's matching up the best into Spids' lineup, so likely will be the the ban there. On the other side, we'll have to see, you know, potentially Draven Leona is really scary. Poro King's really scary. It's not as clear-cut, I don't think, from Majin's side in terms of what he wants to take away from Spids.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be a really hard call to make. I wonder how much Majin has, you know, practiced against Spids. I don't know if has talked it over and where he ends up making his call. I imagine Majin's able to make the call that Thresh Nasus is getting banned, but that still doesn't make it easy for him to pick out how to play into Spids.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting into a game here. Bottom side of your screen is going to be Majin Bay playing some elusives. Top side here in a bit will be Spids. And I can't quite tell what deck they're playing yet, but we should be able to see that in just a second. It sounds like it is, in fact, going to be Poro King left up, left available. Elusives versus Poro King. Two strategies, just trying to throw stuff at each other and hoping that the other person falls over first.
Yeah, kind of like ships passing in the night, except one of these ships is probably going to be much faster than the other one, but we'll see how much of that ends up mattering in the grand scheme of things. Some definitely good stall tools on the side of Poro King, as well as, generally speaking, more inevitability.
Yeah, double bird. Once again, we saw Majin blank this play earlier today, but waiting, not playing bird on one, instead playing on two, so that both the chimes potentially go on the same target. That said, normally it's really good, especially in an Eternal. You get your elusives really big, and it becomes something that's really difficult for your opponent to deal with. But in this instance, against Freljord, freezes are pretty good against Gotal, and when we currently have exactly one elusive in the hand, Majin may be gonna be a little bit disappointed with his current hand strength.
I wonder if Majin's ever willing to put this Yuumi on a bird, just because pressuring units is like problematic, and Spids is on the 3 Daring Poros. Probably not, but it also like helps to value the freeze. It's an interesting idea.
Definitely is something to keep in mind. But we do see the Daring Poro come down as an elusive blocker, and Majin still no other elusive, so just going to be this one that's going to get stacked up, trying to remove a blocker, going to get countered by the elixir. But the beauty of Pokestick, even if your opponent has an answer, hey, you still drew a card.
Yeah, it definitely makes it feel not too bad to get an answer out, have your effect nullified, because you're still going even, generally speaking. It looks like Majin is electing to just go tall, take out this Poro, start buffing up the Yuumi, start pressuring. But, like we mentioned, it will give some value to the freezes, only one in Spids' hand, which definitely gives Majin a slower clock, but irrelevant clock.
I think she only runs 3. I think it's 2 3 sisters and then 1 harsh winds, so potentially something that Majin's keeping in mind. The other thing is getting this Yuumi progress, because the Yuumi spell shield is going to be incredibly difficult for the Poros to actually deal with. So I kind of like the commitment, you know, putting on the elusive and saying, hey, this is going to be an issue that you have to deal with sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Entomb come out next turn just to deal with this Yuumi.
Yeah, the Entomb next turn would definitely make sense. If not an Entomb, you would generally expect to see, you know, maybe like a freeze come out this turn. Just due to the fact that, like you were saying, next turn Yuumi gets the spell shield and it's going to be hard to deal with.
I love this pre-commit from Majin, just getting that damage in, not waiting for your opponent to play a card. Just no, I'm gonna push the extra damage. My Sparklefly is also going to be a massive threat, and it is the Entomb, making sure that Yuumi spell shield does not come through next turn.
Yep, so taking out that Yuumi, it is going to remove 3/3 worth of stats from the elusive, but the elusive will come out still beefy from some of the stats that Yuumi gave to the elusive specifically. So definitely a lot of pressure on the side of Spids, definitely looking to get this Poro King flip soon. But once we are able to start playing out these snacks and getting these level 2 snacks, there will be a lot of pressure on the side of Majin. And it looks like currently for Majin, he needs at least 2 more turns to be able to present a lethal.
Likely gonna be the case. Important thing to keep in mind is that we do have a Hush in hand, so even though Spid's doing a really good job of preserving this elusive blocker in hand, didn't end up playing it down last turn to die to Pokestick, instead making sure to only play it when she can protect it with these Poro snacks, potentially could end up being taken out by the fact that the Hush could remove an elusive blocker. The other thing to keep in mind is that Majin could end up playing Harazi next turn plus elusive or plus the Hush. So maybe go like Esmus plus 2-drop, next turn open Harazi, and like life is really hard for Spids from that point.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like that is the line that Majin is trying to set up for. It is going to apply a lot of pressure. It is going to potentially... It is going to put on the 2-turn clock unless there's an elusive off the block. But it looks like Spids does get that elusive into play right now to set up.
I think it might be lethal for Majin. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it is definitely lethal being presented because we still have that elusive popping out from the Entomb. It's like a 5/5 or 5/6 or something, right? It's kind of big.
Majin's going to push like 13 damage this turn.
6/7.
Oh, well, maybe it is
big unit.
With the Pokestick.
Pokestick? We'll see. So here's the test though. LOR players often forget that Darkin are actually units. Majin though, Majin does not forget. Gets the Harazi down. Gonna be able to buff up that Esmus to a 7/7. Does he go for the Hush? Does he go for the all-in? There aren't a lot of freezes in the deck of Spids. And no flipped Poro King means no freeze from there as well. It's a lot of damage. It looks an awful lot like lethal to me. The Fabled Poro coming through. That's an elusive blocker. It made an elusive blocker with a spell shield. Riot.
That is a problem.
I think it's still face-up lethal here for Majin. Or it's lethal. Yeah, like Spitz is tapped out of interaction, right?
You have two... Oh, because of the hush, right?
Yeah, we just hush the Daring Poro, and then our 7 attack unit gets blocked. And we push 11, 12, 13. Oh, actually, but with the there's an Esmus buff. There's a Lodestone buff.
You're one short, right? Oh no,
with Esmus and Lodestone, I think it's plenty.
Oh, not if you Lodestone the Harazi, right?
Lodestone Harazi does seem like a misplay. But
yeah, as long as you don't Lodestone Harazi, it's lethal this turn, but you're still getting there next turn with Pokestick, right? So it's fine.
Yeah, it's hard to be upset with how much damage we're pushing here. 11 plus 3 is 14. Gonna be making it through to the face of Spiz, which means that this Pokestick will likely end up felling Doom, unless... Were there any hits? I don't think there's any hits. I don't think there's anything, is there?
I don't think there is anything that Spids can pull. I don't believe there's any heal except generated lifesteal, and generated lifesteal won't be able to get through before this Pokestick.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Majin Bay with the elusive deck, his favorite deck of all time. Gonna be picking up that that win here. I think the big thing here is just remembering that in fact Darken on occasion can be played as units. I love this level up animation so much.
Yeah, he's a real cutie. You gotta love the Poro King.
Gotta love the Poro King. Oh goodness. Yeah, Spids got the Poro flip, is going to play out a Poro here, get another special snacks. We'll see what she ends up hitting. Oh, elusive? Pog? Freeze? That would have been nice last turn. Unfortunately, I think that Pokestick is going to spell doom. And Majin Bay going up 1-0 in the Champion Draft Series Grand Finals.
Yep. And, Spids maybe could have had a bit more room to play back, but unfortunately on her side, just a lot of repeat Poros and not being able to flip Poro King quickly to be able to counter pressure or, like we saw at the end, generate a timely Frostbite snacks.
Yeah, Frostbite, or with like a flipped Poro King, maybe you can hit like the impact. There's options available, but unfortunately just not quite able to find the flip, not able to pressure through the double bird start from Majin, and Majin going up early, 1-0. I imagine we'll see Rise now. Is that it? Rise Poro King?
That is what I'd be expecting to see. Yep. Well, Master Yi, not Rise, but that is the deck, and Spids saying, Poro King, you let me down. Time for Nyla Kennen, my best friend.
Poro King goes in a timeout. Ken and Neela gonna be able to come in. I mean, this is not a great matchup for Rise, I will say. You don't have great answers to Neela. You don't have answers in your deck to Shelly. So there's a lot of a lot of things that make this not your favorite matchup on the planet. But I see triple delve. I love Rise. Oh, yeah. Fuck me, I love Rise.
Rise is really cool. You think he's gonna draw all 6 delves?
So the issue is that Spids on the other team. If it was me on the top side of your screen, I think Majin would absolutely hit 6.
What is joy to you, brother?
Yeah, no, I understand that feeling.
Master Yi come through. Master Yi's cool.
Yeah, I love this guy. Look, 1 minute delve. That's broken.
Oh my god.
Okay, 4th delve. That is broken. That's actually broken, though. Come on.
Rise is so... Oh my god. My favorite champion. Thank you, Riot Video Games.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And now he's gonna be like huge, and he's gonna get a block. He's gonna like...
that all?
What's going on?
What I love, by the way, is that we could keep playing these delves until we hit the mana one. We never have to actually play a rune that doesn't give us mana back. We missed. Don't worry, you'll try again next turn. It's chill.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright. How much money do you want to put on him top decking a delve?
I think he top decks Rise. I think he's a god gamer. It's Majin Bay. He top decks Rise here.
Okay. We'll see. He is coming, isn't he?
Oh.
All right. Maybe there's a little bit of justice. Maybe.
We see the Portal Pioneer coming through. Gonna be able to slow down this train just a little bit. Surely, Copium?
Yeah.
Surely.
So the Portal Pioneer being able to destroy the landmark, it is going to be nice. It is going to like float them in a nice way for next turn, which I imagine we're setting up for Slip turn to try and apply pressure.
Yeah, which is great and all, but I just don't know. Like, okay, what are your perfect hits?
Yeah, that's the issue. It's very difficult to actually apply pressure properly through this Rise. Or not this Rise, this Master Yi.
Who knew Master Yi was the guy to hold it down? Oh, the double portal hit! He's kind of crazy, though.
Double portal is pretty good. 3 power units are pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of damage coming through. A lot being represented. Maybe another slipstream?
Maybe we'll just pie toss this Master Yi to death this turn, I guess.
So the issue is the Majin can go like Time Trick and another rune and just get a Claws of the Dragon. Oh my god, I love Rise. Oh goodness. Hey, finally, just a low roll. I feel so bad for Majin. He had to play so many runes here before he found Shard of Reverence. That's likely gonna be the selection here. Yeah,
honestly,
yeah.
We should buff Rise. Like it just
don't speak that evil into this world.
To hit a rune.
Don't speak that evil into this world. Oh my god. I think we should delete Rise from the video game. Master Yi's actually broken. I was making fun of Master Yi, but nah, he's out here. He just traded for like 3 cards.
I wonder if you're supposed to actually like check your Time Trick and see if you can keep your Master Yi alive, because he was gonna flip there and I was gonna apply a lot of pressure to Spids.
What would you use? It would have to be like 2nd or 3rd Master Yi to keep him alive, right?
Yeah, or like a Nopify maybe you'd be okay spending.
Fair.
Because Master Yi next turn is going to be a 7 power unit and he kills a unit when he attacks. So like
potentially. I see the vision.
Mm-hmm. But also I understand we have a million delves, so like
there aren't that many left in deck. That is worth noting. There's only 2 left in deck. So especially since the draw has been taken care of here by Spids, there's not a ton of value on the side of Majin. He kind of has to hit a draw spell. Now, to be fair, draw spells in Rise, there are a few of them. Okay, chaining Time Tricks can only be so bad.
Yep, keeping the train going is always good. But yeah, like you were saying, we are low on we are like starting to gas out on delves, so
oh my god.
It's not real, man. Where's the
fifth one? Oh oh my
I'm glad we're both used to this though. Like you've had Majin do this to you, I've had Tank do this to me, so like we're in the same wavelength here, just like fuming together.
Bro, when we were prepping for Worlds, someone was playing fucking Elder Dragon Rise into me, and I'm like, stop it. I lost like 6 games in a row. It's the most miserable thing on the planet. I just can't beat Rise, dude.
Why Elder Dragon Rise?
Because you get to play Burblefish and Plaza Guardian and 10,000 spells. It wasn't good, but it beat me every game, man. I'm mental boom against this guy.
I understand.
Oh shit, alright. We see the Time Trick coming through. I mean, Unworthy Soul can bounce a, what's it called? Oh, he skipped into... Oh, okay, I mean, he's the best player. He's the best player on the planet.
Surely he'll never draw Rise.
If he hits 6th Delve, I'm gonna lose my mind. There's no planet my guy hits 6th Delve before hitting his first Rise. There's no way.
He's just that unlucky, man.
That's such a... I feel so bad for Majin, dude. Oh, poor guy.
What is joy to you, brother?
That being said, if he never draws a Rise, like, it is a weird position, and with all the slipstreams, the condense for like if a Shelly ever hits the board. Spitz does have some explosiveness to her.
Yeah, yeah. Shelly could put this in a position where Majin's like, you know, having to like actually play cards out of his hand.
Come on, you don't gotta say it like that, man.
The real issue is like you look at it, it's like, okay, oh god, so Shelly comes down, that's applied a lot of pressure. Oh, he plays Jury Rig and Homecoming and then replays a rune and draws a card. Okay, no, I see the vision.
Okay, but Spitz is cooking here.
Yeah, just making sure to hold on to that pastry because the pie toss was fleeting. What if they made pie toss so that either when you cast it or when you discard it, you get a pastry?
Yes.
For the fleeting, you know, and you can play it in Canon.
Yeah. No. Look, all I want to do is play Vandal, Jinx, and Jin in Standard. You don't gotta tell me we're making like pie toss a discard card. You got me.
Oh shit! We'll go ahead and see here. The open attack here from Spitz is going to shuffle another Slipstream. That means that there's 3 stacked on top of each other on the top of this deck. Cloud Stance? Okay, sure.
Yeah, I like the Cloud Stance because if you like get a recall out on either of your elusives, like you're really happy, and it's not a bad turn to try and pressure stuns.
Yeah, Homecoming coming through and giving us the ultra interactive gameplay of stunning your unit, refilling our mana, and in fact, drawing a card because
also killing your unit, drawing a card,
and healing, and okay, you know, there's a lot of this Homecoming card has downsides though, right?
Yeah.
What if they can fast speed interact with your landmark?
Yeah. What if they scorched earth your land? What if they have Senna in play and they're playing P and Z and have Aftershock?
Oh shit. They're cooking, dude. Holy. John, do you remember when Scorched Earth was the premier landmark removal? What happened?
Well,
and Noxus sucks, but other than Noxus sucking.
They nerfed Samira. That's what happened.
Oh, Starlit Epiphany? Okay, that's... Come on. Cook logic, cook.
Yeah, he took it.
He could hit second Starlit Epiphany here. Replace his entire deck.
I think he's looking for a, like, draw a champion card, the 4-mana one. I forget the name of the spell.
Oh, Written in the Stars? Oh, that would be kind of good.
Yeah.
Or Doggo.
Yeah, Dog solid. Traveler's not bad.
Here's the issue. Traveler's obviously the best choice, but it's Majin, so you know he was thinking about Celestial or Cosmic Inspiration. He's like, 4/3 Dragonlings though?
Procs Flow?
It's actually broken.
No. He is cooking though.
Yeah.
I know we only have 2 spots for units, but think of the value.
The value.
Remember that card refilled spell mana?
I didn't play back then, but I've heard stories. It sounds like a ridiculous card when it refills spell mana.
Yeah, there were mirrors that used to be, you would just like play Star Shaping on like 3 or 4, and then you would just like see who plays that on 5, and like that was the game.
Oh boy, that sounds fun and engaging.
Yeah, it was awesome actually.
Everything I could ever hope for. The 1 damage coming through, Eye of the Dragon. If we don't find Rise, there is the beatdown win condition, you know?
Yeah, this Eye of the Dragon's gonna it's gonna get it done if we don't find Rise. That is the truth.
All I'm saying is if we had taken Cosmic Inspiration, that Eye of the Dragon would have pushed 3 damage.
Yeah, you know how much faster we would have killed. Classic Rise player allergic to winning unless it's
right. Oh my god, 14 turn clock instead of a 3 turn clock, 4 turn clock. Come on.
Doesn't want to embrace.
I do love that we could just do this. Yeah, just fuck it. Yeah, why not draw a card and heal and refill your spell mana and
kill their unit?
Yeah. It feels bad for Spitz because Spitz has to play cards. Like Spitz is the beatdown and can't just like sit here and pass forever. But playing cards into this this damaging shard is just annoying.
Yeah, it is very annoying, but Majin is not really going to be able to do it again. We have ways to try and deal with the Dragonling next turn. We have this Flip Nyla. We should be drawing into Slipstream pretty soon if we have a bit of luck on our side. So,
what's your plan to deal with this Dragonling?
I imagine.
Oh, actually, Pablo.
I seize the initiative.
like a Maker Rain or something on it.
Isn't Pablo actually? Oh wait, Rex. Wait, oh my God, wait, we could double Rex.
Yeah.
Wait, do we have a winning condition?
I think we're just gonna double Rex them.
Okay, so the issue is that they can do this, but outside of this, it's looking real good. Outside of the Wuju style, it's looking real good. It's actually really nice of Spids to clear out the board space here. That way, Majin's able to play his Traveler that he took.
Yeah. What a sweetheart.
Oh, Cosmic Inspiration again? Okay, this time?
Monty would never turn down Cosmic Inspiration twice.
I don't think it's possible. It has to be Meteor Shower, right? It has to be.
No, it's Cosmic Inspiration. My streamer would never turn it down twice. Okay, use this phone.
Yeah, are we sure this is the Majin Bay? Like, it might be a fake.
Yeah, imposter? Question mark.
Sus, Amogus. Lots of damage coming through here from Riptide to Rex. That's 3. And Condense could end up pushing another 7? Is that how it works?
Yeah, so Condense should end up pushing, it should be 5 or 6 when it goes over top of this.
Yeah. Does it Cannon Barrage 6 times or 7 times?
It's 7 times. I don't remember exactly if it like overkills because each cannon is 2 to a unit. I believe that doesn't deal 1 to face.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
I do think it's interesting here. Spitz decided not to condense last turn. I kind of like this because now you can double condense in the same turn. That way you apply as much pressure as possible. One thing I was gonna say. Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
I was gonna say that Pablo's actually really OP against Eye of the Dragon because you can use the prize fight from the 4/1 Pablo. Eye of the Dragon deals 0 damage, or the Dragon Link deals 0 damage, and then dies because it's ephemeral.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice way to maneuver around it, especially this coming turn where we are going to be a lot more free with our mana, where we're looking to play these Rexes off of Condense instead of hard playing the first one.
Yeah. Did you see that Aegis game where Rutskull's hard cast a Rex with no proc?
Yeah. I was casting that one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that was a sick line. I was a big fan of that. I remember being like, oh, I wonder if he did that on purpose.
Right?
And then
you think about
he
it,
did it on
like,
purpose.
It's like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's actually so good. Yeah, it was just, it's so, until you see it, it's like, oh wow, you're right. This like just completely frees up your mana in like such a strong way. Yeah.
Yep, and Spid's understanding that, playing to it, and Majin had a really disgusting hand at first, but this is what happens when you never draw into that rise, you know?
Yeah, definitely the case. We're going to see that Meteor Shower come through. If only if it was a Cosmic Inspiration, you know, we could have had a big Eye of the Dragon here.
Yeah, you know how hard it would have been to kill this Eye of the Dragon if we played Cosmic Inspiration instead?
True. Each of these palms would create like a 5/4. I mean, how good would that be?
Yeah, it would be that's like a Saurian we summoned.
True. Rise! I've never in my life been happy to see Rise. This is the first time, new experience.
It might be a little bit late, unfortunately. I think the Rexes are going to put a number into this board, but we will see how things end up going. Yeah, I like this Maker Rain first to be able to just jam these Rexes because it's going to be 8 mana to play all of the Rexes, and it lets you hold up either a Cannon or the Cloud Stance at the end to go.
Yeah, no, I'm liking this. Alliance Spids did a really good job of fighting through all of those runes, and Majin had everything you could possibly want, but unfortunately hit so many stall tools and not enough oomph, not enough to really get you there at the end. And we're gonna see assumedly another palm coming out here. Maybe it's double palm even.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Can he survive?
1 palm and then you're taking 3, so it might be solo palm here.
Yeah, you play 1 palm. You can almost survive, huh? It's really close. Maybe like the Kennen overwrite gets there.
What right?
We'll see. Rise though. Rise can end up eating another Rex. He ends up. I mean, he stops a lot of the damage. Yeah. He shuffled in 2 more delves. Now there's 3 in the deck to find.
I wonder if Spids elects Rex here to just kill this Rise. I know it's gonna be hard. Yeah, I imagine it goes over the 7-5 for maximum pressure. Yep. And I think this is just going to be game. Spids can, or I'm sorry, not Spids. Majin can block Mox 6 damage, and that pushes 4 around the side, not including the over-the-top in-hand through pastries and the Cloud Stance.
Yep. And despite perhaps one of the craziest Rise hands we've seen, Majin Bay runs out of value and ends up getting run out of this game. Spids ties it up 1-1 going into the last game of the Champion Draft Series. Was there ever any question that it was going to end on Rise versus Poro King? Where else would you want to be than watching a Rise versus Poro King match?
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't think of anywhere else I would. Actually, Age of Dragons versus Echo, that went pretty hard. Maybe I'd want to watch that again. But Rise Poro King, it's a pretty close second.
True. It should be pretty good, honestly. We talked about it, about Poro King's ability to deal with these Ionia decks and make it really hard to actually survive. But, you know, Majin can hit the delves. We see one already. We see a Rise this time around. Infinitely better hand. I mean, not really infinitely, but, you know, it's like a side grade. But it has Rise. Has me something.
Rise is like very important, right? Especially against a deck like this that isn't going to have an easy time dealing with the Rise. I mean, what's your Rise removal? Like buffing up a Challenger Poro big enough, hitting an Espresso Snacks, rolling Challenger on your Poro King Sejuani? I don't think this is very reliable.
Surely one of those. Surely one of those will be our ticket to fame here. We'll go and see the rune come through, as well as the trinket trade to summon a couple of these Claws of the Dragon to get some really nice trades. Mobilize, OP, Entrapment.
I think this is just gonna put Spids in a really rough position. Getting value traded on like this is not where you want to be as Poro King.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, you know, you didn't get snacks down or anything. It's just misery. You do still have the Poro Stories. Poro Stories is a very strong tool to refill, but without a Poro King in hand, we saw Chania with this issue at Worlds, where if you don't hit the Poro King, you don't hit the snacks. Sometimes your deck has trouble, you know, putting the pedal on, or putting your foot on the gas.
Yeah, you can definitely have some issues, and then with this damage rune coming in, it's just Spids is so far behind. Just got 2 damage for her entire board, and definitely units you wanted to have around to be able to buff up with Poro King to be able to go over the top. And I actually think this is probably smart, using a protection spell here to try and keep your Poros alive, keep just valuing the unit very highly, because this isn't a deck that has a lot of damage based removal outside of this rune.
Yeah, Poros are your life. You just have to try and build up some type of a board. Maybe play Ingvar. Maybe you can get there, but it is pretty rough at this point. 7 damage coming through. It is Rise. Rise very rarely wins through board, but maybe with Master Yi, you know, maybe there's a more reasonable chance. A little bit more value here. Spids definitely is hit like the Poro heavy hand, right? Lots of generation with Poro Stories. We have the Horde or the Herder to draw another one. He could draw Poro King, right?
Yeah, if the Herder hits Poro King, Spids is all of a sudden in a really strong position. Because like you said, a lot of Poro generations, a good bit of Poros, and I believe the Poro King is nearly flipped at this point.
He's got to be close. Like with these ones in hand, like Nimble Poro's a new one, the Fearsome Poro's a new one, Pouty Poro. Like I think Poro King basically is flipped.
Yeah, I think we have enough Poros in hand to flip him if we were to draw him. Not sure the exact number he's at the moment.
Other thing to keep in mind, Sejuani progress. That's 2. That's 2 turns.
Yeah, Sejuani level 2 is known to be very effective against Rise.
Yeah, how is he going to attack India if he has 0 attack, you know?
True. Nice strike, buddy.
The Challenger Poro is a good pickup. Eventually, it's just a little too small at the moment. Size can matter when it comes down to your Poros trying to take down Rise.
Yeah, definitely the case. And that is kind of the game. Just trying to scale these Poros up. And we are going to be really hoping for a Poro King soon so we can start getting on that. Not playing out too many Poros before they can actually generate a snack with them to really, you know, create over the top and create the pressure we need to be winning this matchup on the side of Spids.
Is there a Poro that you could take from Ingvar that would help you to advance this game state at all?
I'm
like,
not sure.
Sled?
The thing about Sled is, like, I don't think Sled is doing a great job of applying pressures, and him popping out Poros is mainly nice to, like, keep the snacks flowing when you have Poro. I would almost think that, like, maybe a Fabled Poro would be better.
Yeah, the Orn guy.
Yeah.
I see it.
We're just really hoping for Poro King on the side of Spids. That's really the guy you need to help stabilize this game properly. Whereas Majin Bey, he kind of has a lot of the pieces he needs. He's just waiting to draw into more of them. And with the second rise, that's going to be pretty good for drawing into more of them.
So, okay, I don't know Ingvar's text, okay? I know. It's terrible that I don't know what Ingvar does. Is it everywhere or just on board that it buffs up the subtitle?
I believe it's just on board.
Oh, what if it was everywhere? That could be kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I think I should be able to play this guy in Jaxorn and then like buff my entire deck.
Oh god, why do you instantly go to those cringe? I can't. I'm just trying to have fun and you're talking about Jaxorn? My god. Okay, no, you're right. I take it back. Ingvar should never get buffed. Ingvar needs to stay in the
He's a friend record, Ikata. Come on. Don't get things twisted.
That was on me. I thought Pro, you could have one good card, but no, they're not allowed.
What are you gonna say next? Yudolski should be a 3-4 on turn 2, actually.
Wait, is Yudolski not a 3-4 on turn 2? Maybe.
I understand. I understand where I've been going wrong.
Yeah. Yo, Pilfered Goods, kind of wacky though.
That's pretty funny.
Can we steal anything worthwhile? Oh wait, Stream and Telstone is actually so funny. Oh no.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really good, especially if there's no Poro King to start getting these Poros over top of this range. As far as if you were to use it defensively, but we also might just use it offensively for a drag. It does help get this.
The Cathia sought freedom.
It helps Yi flip, it helps Rise get in, so it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, the Yi flip is an interesting angle on it. I hadn't considered that. Rise, gonna be flipped. I don't know his level. What's his... This cannot stand. That's just what he says all the time, right? That's not his level up. What's his level up?
Does he even talk during his level up?
He probably says some like... He's probably like, you know, I really dislike Darkin.
I hate fun.
Production says I'm the Rune Mage, so that's pretty good too.
Yeah, honestly, we were spot on. We were right there.
Yeah. We can go and see another shard come through, whether it's a Rune Prison, whether it's a heal. I don't think you can go wrong, as Majin has very much hit a pretty good hand in Spids. You know, what is it with Poro King and just dropping, just not showing up to finals?
I don't know, man. I guess he thinks he's too good for it. He's like, I'm the king. You are not the king. I'm the king.
To be fair, he is right. He is the king. He is too good for it.
He's too good to show up to finals.
Oh my god, the bounce coming through. Freaking Ionia players, bro. Out here, taking away all the fun. He wants to attack. He wants to draw a card. He wants to shoot this poor little Poro fly.
Let's go.
The Poro still being 1/1s is kind of depressing.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. Like 1/1, no Poro snacks, no Poro King. It's not where you want to be. And I mean, it's something that comes with the territory of playing Poro King, right? Like we kind of talked about it a bit with Rumble. You're playing a deck that's very powerful, but your agency is very limited. Especially in hands where you don't have the pieces that come together and you're not able to really start playing the game like this one.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the reasons that I personally did not bring Poro King to Worlds. You know, I just know that I'm not a lucky guy, and I think it's important to acknowledge that and be like, yeah, if I bring this, Poro King's gonna leave me at the altar. It's so doomed.
Yeah, finally getting one Poro Snacks we're able to play this turn. Try and put on just a crumb of pressure, but we see that, and then we see pretty much all of it be taken out, losing the board almost entirely. Just a couple elusives gonna stay down. And then on the side of Majin, we're just one rune off of closing out the game.
Surely he never hits, right? Surely.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, unlikely.
Oh no, high roller. Okay. Do we have a draw? What's our draw?
I mean,
so has to be three sisters plus a popper. How do we pop it?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pop it with one card.
Okay, what if they made a Poro that just pings on summon?
Yeah, Jin Poro.
Yeah, Jin
the
Poro.
Jin region.
But the people can be saved.
It's just a Poro with the Jin mask? I'm kind of living for it.
Yeah, and it just deals 1/2 unit when it enters play.
Yeah. It's a 0/1. It's a 0/4. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Majin Bay with the rise. Able to take it down, weather the storm, fight past the Poro King, and Majin Bay is the new king, taking down Spiz and stopping the run back and winning this champion draft series.
Yeah, it's very well played by Majin. You know, showing really solid play on Rise, something he's played a lot. You know, making Master Yi work too, doing a good job of getting value out of him, and then also his second favorite deck, Elusives, holding down the 4.
True. Despite the drafters, in fact, letting him have just literally everything he could possibly want, ends up fighting through there. Spids had a great run, was able to fight past one of the best Rise hands I've seen in a long time. They're in game 2, did quite a bit today, but does end up falling just short of that victory. Second place here is going to go to her.
Yeah, a very impressive run, especially being the winner of last season, making it to the finals of the next one. A very, very impressive showing, and definitely someone who, if you guys are interested about figuring out how to think about this format, definitely would recommend checking out her YouTube channel. Very good videos going in depth with that, and someone who has a lot of experience in this format.
Yeah, she does a ton of informational videos. All of your competitors today put out content around this, so make sure to go follow them. Make sure to go check them out, because it is definitely worth your time watching. Congratulations again to Majin Bay taking that down. Rise OP. I think Rise did really well at the last CDS too, by the way. So I think maybe for the next one, Rise needs to be a little bit more expensive, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
An unfair champion.
Yeah.
All right. And we're seeing if we can get a Majin Bay in for an interview. It's a shame, honestly. I love Majin Bay. Yeah, I'm friends with Majin. I'll always root for Majin. Spids, I think, was one of the most creative players throughout the year in terms of her approach to building a lineup, and sort of taking every single piece. Like the amount of times that she used Kennen, one of, I think, what people would consider the worst champions in the game, just the amount of flexibility she showed with him to be able to, use his regions. I think she did such a good job within the format.
Yeah, I think, and that was one of the reasons why I was rooting for Spid so much as I love Majin too. Like you said, she did a very good job of being creative, and I think she approached the draft unlike anyone else, where she said, I want to be playing in a lot of different regions. There's certain good cards in different regions, and certain regions can pair together in certain ways. So I just want to be able to have as much depth into all of these regions while trying to be as generic as possible, to just be able to toolbox my way into good positions. And that's why you see Nyla and Bilgewater, Kennen and Bandle, Draven and Noxus. Leona pigeonholes you a bit, but with the style of champions she was with more aggressive slanting champions, it kind of works out. But like if you look at some of the other champions that popped up, right? Like Sejuani is probably one of the most flexible Freljord champions. Just this really heavy emphasis on trying to be as flexible as possible, which leads to this really creative drafting angle. And unfortunately, as we saw today, the creativity can go really forward, but sometimes you get a little bit trounced on power level by like the Elusives game where it was just so one-sided.
Yeah, Poro King sometimes doesn't show up. Sometimes Elusives just goes a little bit too hard. But we do have Champion Draft Series champion Majin Bay joining us. Majin, congratulations on the win. How you feeling after that set?
I'm feeling pretty good. Unfortunately, we had kind of like 2 weird games with Rise where it was like I didn't draw Rise and then Spids never drew Poro Snacks or Poro Kings. So like it wasn't as exciting as I feel like it could have been for spectators, because it was like blah blah. But I don't know, I thought it was cool. I was really worried about Spids' lineup because it was much more creative than mine.
Yeah, she definitely brought a lineup that was, pretty aggressive and, a little bit scary. I honestly, watching that game too, we were just absolutely so impressed with your ability to draw Delves without Rise. We were talking about how amazing your drawing skills were, and then turn 9 comes around and it's like, wait a second, where is Rise? How'd you feel about that game?
Yeah, not great. I knew it was happening too. I was sitting there and I was looking at these Delves and I was like, okay, we need to like chain draws. And then all my draws were turning into like stuns and bounces. And I was like, not like this.
Yeah, that was certainly an interesting game. I'm sure it was one that everyone was able to get a good laugh at. Just like me and Aikado being like, the most disgusting high roller of all time. Look at all these Delves. And being like, oh wait, this guy, he's not drawing Rise. Unlucky. I guess he's losing.
Yeah.
Rise, I think, is someone that you brought literally every single week. Thresh Nasus as well. How'd you feel about your lineup? How'd you feel about your draft? If you could go back, would you have done it differently, or how do you feel?
Okay, so if I went back, I would do it differently, but only because I would know about the Cosmic Call nerf, because my entire draft was centered around going double Cosmic Call Rise and just obliterating everyone with like really, really busted things. Because I was like, oh, other people are going to play Cosmic Call too, and I'll have Rise, which destroys them. And that didn't happen. Well, it did happen for 1 week, and then Cosmic Call got like kicked in the face and then shot. And so I had to kind of pivot, and my like draft was not ready to pivot into other things. So I basically just played like decks that I thought were individually really strong, which was like Elusives and Thresh Nasus. At least against other decks that are like compromising their champions because they don't have the specific champions they would play with the deck, right? Like I imagine if Spids could pick, it wouldn't be Poro King Sejuani, right? It'd just be like solo Poro King or something. And so I was just like, I'm just gonna put in 3 really good decks and we're just gonna like try to get there. And luckily it worked out.
It definitely worked out. Honestly, I was watching your drafts, week after week, and I'm like, I don't think that Majin will do it, but he needs to play Elusives. It's so good. And I'm like, but if Majin hates that deck, he would never do that. I was very happy to see that you ended up pulling it out. What was like the catalyst that sort of got you there?
I think I was just like sitting there looking at all of my champions and like moving things around and trying to make things work. And I was like, I could play Jace Heimerdinger or I could play this super busted Elusives deck. And I was like, fine. And it was like insane for me. I don't know if it ever dropped a game. It was super nuts. The whole like season.
Yeah.
Everything we saw from it was really impressive. I know you say you don't like that deck, but I was pretty impressed with some of the plays. Like were always very smart about like your birds and your use of the equipment, which are like really overlooked things on Elusives generally.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind when Eternal Seasonal rolls around and I have to pick a third deck.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and talk about the Champion Draft Series. You said that you were worried about Spids' lineup. Was there anyone else you were worried about looking through the decks? Was there anything that really stood out to you?
Yeah, I had no idea what I was going to do but against Termin's lineup because like it was so out there. It was like a really cool lineup and I was like, okay, I think this deck beats this. I think this deck hard loses to this. I don't know which one I'm supposed to ban, but like it was really cool to see everyone else be creative. And I just locked in 3 good decks every week.
Hey, sometimes that's what it takes. Some other people tried to do that and weren't quite able to get there. And for you, it ended up working out. You did what you needed to do and, with what you were given. Eddie,
go ahead. I feel like that's on brand though. That's the Majin Bay brand, is like getting creative. Not skilled.
We don't do that here. Yeah, we don't do that here. That's true. I even had the one like questionable spell deck in Rise that I brought every week. So that's definitely the Majin lineup.
Yup. Hey, and I mean, it works out, right? Another tournament went under the belt.
Yeah, not too mad about that one.
Awesome. And was there anyone that you prepped with or anyone to shout out or anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, so actually my only shout out is Puffball Panda, who had done Champion Draft Series before. So like the night before we did the draft, I like called her and I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And we kind of put down like a draft like order. And then she helped me put together some decks and stuff, which was very helpful. I really needed it.
Yeah, obviously it ended up going pretty well for you. It seems like you got just about everything that you wanted, and
oh yeah,
down the stretch we're able to make it work out. Well, congrats again, bud. Eddie, where can people follow you? If people don't know about Majin Bay.
Yeah, I'm a new streamer. I'm just trying out Runeterra for the first time. So you can find me at like twitch.tv/MajinBayLOR or Majin Bay on any of my other socials, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff.
Awesome, bud. And everyone, of course, if you aren't already following Majin, go follow Majin. Majin's great. He's really good at the game.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats again. I think that's going to be it for us here at the Champion Draft Series. I hope that y'all had a great time following us throughout the season here. And yeah, I hope y'all have a great evening.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, bud. All right. And Card Gamer, anything else you wanted to say?
I mean, I think that's it for me. A big thank you to Pink Ghost and the rest of the staff on CDS who make sure everything runs, and big thanks to all of our competitors and viewers.
Absolutely. It was a blast. It's such a fun and unique tournament. I love this thing so much. I love following it, and I hope that you guys have been following all the content that every single competitor is putting out. Spids just lost in semifinals, but I'm sure, or just lost in the finals, but I'm sure if you go check her YouTube, she's going to put out a great video on all of that. But I appreciate you all. Thanks for tuning in, and from us to you, have a great evening.